Hell no you can. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to heaven_will_Daoist for the gift. Myriad Emperor World, Dao opening sect. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the sect, alarming not only the disciples and elders but also many of the other factions of the world, thinking something of great significance had occurred. Origin, hurry up, said a deep voice. Miscellaneous, what's going on? The sect master is in trouble. What do you mean? There is no time to explain, just know I received a message from Heavenly Dao that he was in trouble. Alright, I'll call the others, and you contact Sword 1. Battle 1, Hell 1, Shadow 1, Rainbow 1, Shadow 2, come with me. Call a few others for help. Turtle 1, you stay in the sect to protect it if something happens. What about Desolate 1, asked a shadowy figure. He's still in retreat, let's not bother him. I'm here, said a tall and muscular figure wearing tight martial clothes with no sleeves showing his brown skin and bulging muscles. He had short hair like a monk and eyes like a hawk. You've succeeded? Yes. The luck you guys recently brought from the demon supremacy world did wonder, replied Desolate 1. Excellent, commented Origin 1. He knew Desolate 1 was an extremely talented individual, and he should have been a great emperor of the sect. When the ancient Desolate Emperor brought him to the sect, his original goal was cultivating him as the next emperor. However, the latter had an unimaginable hatred for the great emperors and adamantly refused. As a compromise, the ancient Desolate turned him into an insurgent who would be on par with Sword 1 and Origin 1, capable of fighting pseudo-eternal emperors. Unfortunately, this act was beyond his capability since he was not an eternal emperor. Nevertheless, Desolate 1 has been relying on his talent and effort to reach such a level, and he should have succeeded long ago. Unfortunately, his past experience that created his hatred clouded his mind, thus affecting his talent. Things only changed during the middle or late stage of the Devil Era when the great emperors that took everything from him suddenly appeared in the lower dimension. Desolate 1 guessed this was the result of his master and took this opportunity to slaughter that person. After dealing with the issue of his Dao heart and state of mind, he focused on his talent, reaching the same level as Sword 1 and Origin 1. Let's go, said Origin 1 as he opened a portal to Wang Wei's destination. Miscellaneous 1, Desolate 1, Battle 1, Hell 1, Shadow 1, Rainbow 1, Shadow 2, and a few other insurgents followed after him. The appearance of these big shots scared the entire Myriad Emperor world as they thought the Dao opening sect wanted to wage an Emperor Dao war. Every faction, including the Emperor Enlightenment Academy, knew they would not survive such an event against such a mighty force, even if they allied with many others. Wang Wei watched as the hooded figure appeared not far from him with a lamp floating next to his head. A total of 18 people were accompanying him, all displaying the aura of a great emperor. Furthermore, he could sense that 3 of these individuals were most likely first-class emperors. However, he did not know whether they were ascendant or natural. As soon as these people appeared, they did not say a word or waste any time. They immediately went on the offensive and attacked, not holding back in the slightest. Wang Wucheng stood before Wang Wei, and lights that looked like shining stars emanated from his body. There were millions of them, 269 million, to be precise. Without hesitation, Wang Wucheng activated the turtle acupoints array, generating a powerful shield that protected the two. Bang! Cracks appeared on the protective barrier, signifying it would not survive a second attack. Wang Wei acted swiftly as he took out the talisman in his divine sea. The talisman swapped places for the Sex Emperor formation. With a second talisman, Wang Wucheng repaired the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also borrowed the power of his incarnations, activated his acupoint turtle array, and fused it with his ancestor, boosting it slightly. He knew his strength was meaningless in such a battle, but it was the tiniest of aid could be crucial to surviving this catastrophe. Unfortunately, his actions barely delay the inevitable. These great emperors did not play around and followed the hooded figure's instructions. They mobilized their Dao-proving artifacts and all their strengths to attack simultaneously. Bang! Wang Wucheng's new and better shield could not resist and cracked to the point a mild blowing wing could destroy it. With a look, he knew they would not survive the next one. So, he turned to look at Wang Wei and smiled, "Kid, you can survive this. I know you can. Look after the sect for me. Wang Wei clenched his hands tightly, his nail piercing his indestructible skin. He nodded in acknowledgement. He knew he must control his emotions in this situation and remain level-headed to think of a countermeasure. Wang Wucheng nodded in satisfaction at the latter's responses. A white flame suddenly enveloped his body, increasing his aura. Without hesitation, pause, or regret, he burned his fleshly body, soul, inner world, and Tao as a sacrifice to augment his power. His collapsing shield survived the third all-out attack of these great emperors, an act that displeased the hooded figure. He knew the longer they took, the higher a chance of survival that the Fate Domination Emperor would have. Tears fell down Wang Wei's eyes, but he ignored them. His mind went into overload mode, calculating trillions of possibilities to find a chance of survival. In this concentrated state, he could sense some familiar power rushing to his destination, and he knew the sect had come to save him. However, his calculations indicated they would not arrive in time. The next step for survival was abandoning his body and removing his soul chains. By entering the myriad devour state, he might have a chance to survive. Unfortunately, this plan failed when he attempted. And it did not take him long to find the source of his failure, the lamp floating before the hooded figure. Wang Wei then watched as ancestor Wucheng began disintegrating into particles, returning to nature. Anger, hatred, sorrow, and despair filled his mind. However, he used his willpower to control himself and remain calm. The failure to open his soul chains indicated he was dealing with an enemy who might know a lot about him, similar to Jin Chao. As such, he needed to consider this when choosing a successful method of survival. After considering the time the sect people would arrive, he devised a solution. Right before Wang Wucheng's body completely disappeared, he took out a marble from his space ring and entered. At that exact time, the barrier protecting him vanished, and the Emperor's attack shook the void. Simultaneously, a terrifying sword slash came from the distance, killing 3 second-class emperors before rushing to the first-class ones. Regrettably, it only stopped one of them as 2 opened a portal to follow the hooded figure and Wang Wei. Damn it, I am too late, muttered Sword 1, holding her swords. She tried to sense the space these people teleported to, but it was disturbed, and she could not find the trace. Not even a second afterward, Origin 1 and the others arrived. Where is the kid? He asked. I don't know, she replied with gritted teeth and red eyes. My calculations indicate he is still alive, but the danger has not passed, commented Miscellaneous 1. Can you calculate where he is? I'll try. In the meantime, let's deal with these mobs, said Sword 1. At the very least, we can avenge the kid in case something happened to him. The other great emperors instantly became scared once they saw these people show up. They immediately wanted to run away. After all, the Avenger, as the hooded figure called him, only hired them for a great price that would benefit their cultivation journey. However, it was not worth it if they had to die to acquire the final reward. Unfortunately, before they could move and run away, an enormous shadow world surrounded the area, preventing them from leaving. Then, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 looked at their prey with a dangerous light. They blended in the shadow, striking when least expected and from their opponent's blind spot. Besides Sword 1, the others did not participate in this battle since the remaining people were only second and third class emperors. Sword 1 alone was enough to slaughter everyone present, and the 2 shadows' presence was overkill. Instead, they waited for Miscellaneous 1's deduction, hoping the kid would last long enough so they could arrive in time. How long is this going to take? Asked Sword 1 a few seconds later as she wiped the blood from her swords after finishing the battle. Something is interfering with my calculation. Bang! The space rippled, and something came out. And everyone's face changed as soon as they saw what it was. Rules are rules. The hooded figure and the 2 first-class emperors followed Wang Wei through whatever dimension he teleported there. And the moment they arrived, they found an entirely different civilization from the cultivation world. The 2 emperors immediately understood this was a valuable place that could benefit them immensely. Hence, they gave each other side eyes, thinking about whether they would fight or agree to share. Remember the contract. Kill him, said the hooded figure, and they nodded. It was not time for them to deal with this problem since this place was not going anywhere. They looked at Wang Wei and attacked. 2 enormous palms descended on Wang Wei, intending to eradicate him. He gritted his teeth, thinking of ways to survive. He condensed his D realm into armor, entered the intangibility state, and used his willpower to protect him. He went further by blessing himself with all his laws: space-time, order-disorder, yin-yang, freedom, destiny, samsara, luck, karma, soul, destruction, 5 elements, array, and talisman. These emperors were momentarily distracted by the science and technology world for less than a nanosecond, but this was enough time for Wang Wei to take all the immortal tier talismans in his space ring and activate them. Bang! The 2 palms landed, and Wang Wei's measures were utterly useless. His protective measures did not even last a second before crumbling. Luckily for him, an enormous purple dragon came out of his body and protected him. With the son of an era's chi luck, he barely managed to survive before opening another portal and leaving. Outside, the sex insurgent sensed a space fluctuation before something came out, a body. They rushed to it to see Wang Wei's tattered body covered in blood. Origin 1 acted swiftly and injected his power inside his body to heal him. However, after a few seconds, he shook his head and sighed. How is he? Asked Sword 1. His existence was destroyed. He is only relying purely on his willpower to defy death and prevent himself from returning to nothingness. Damn it, yelled Sword 1, her body emanating countless sword chi so powerful that one of them alone could annihilate millions of greater thousand worlds. In the end, the 9 Emperor curse was not lifted, she thought, angered by the situation. Their sex finally cultivated an unparalleled genius that would create probably one of the greatest eras the world had ever seen. Yet, he died before their eyes. The void suddenly shook again, and 3 people appeared. Immediately, Sword 1 released a terrifying aura to lock on these people, making the 2 great emperors almost soil their past. And considering these godlike beings have not defecated for trillions of years, it was indeed an unpleasant feeling. Meanwhile, the hooded figure watched Wang Wei's dead body, and he suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Sword 1 wanted to wipe him from the face of existence, but Origin 1 stopped her. He wanted to know some information so that they know who to destroy and avenge their fallen heaven chosen. Ha ha ha, he's finally dead. Ha ha ha, the great and mighty fate dominator, the conqueror of worlds, the controller of fate, the taker of free will, the chaos universe's ultimate tyrant, you're finally dead. The universe is safe. Master, I've avenged you. I have saved all sentient beings like you wanted me to. He raised his head to look at the sky, tears falling down his cheeks. The hooded figure reminisced about that final moment. A fog appeared in the world, and that tyrant manifested. He demanded that all living beings in the chaos world surrender peacefully. But they refused. But the tyrant did not take no for an answer. Unfortunately, he was unmatched. He would either suppress or kill anyone who stood in his way. At the last minute, his master gave him a few things and told him he was chosen for a mission to prevent the rise of this tyrant. With determination, the hooded figure traveled back in time to a period before the tyrant proved the Tao. Using the things his master gave him, he traversed the dangerous primordial chaos to travel to the eternal ascension world and infiltrated this world secretly. Unfortunately, even in his youth, the Fate Dominator was a genius that the hooded figure could deal with. Not to mention, the Divine Seal Empress, the All-Myriad Heaven Sealer, the Worthy One, the Rune Alpha and Omega, the Grand Tao Disruptor, his accomplice and as cruel as him, was with him. Given the situation, the hooded figure had to enlist foreign help while waiting for the opportune time. Luckily for him, his master seemed to have granted him many memories about the life of the young Fate Dominator, allowing him to know the perfect time to strike. I can finally go home, muttered the hooded figure. Dumb. Everything in the surrounding turned black and white. An enormous single eye suddenly appeared above the sky, towering above heaven and earth. Grand Tao Eye. This thought popped into the mind of all the people present. They instantly knew who this extraordinary being was and how mighty he was. Immediately, everyone present began to tremble. The eye looked at the two first-class emperors who were secretly calculating their escape route. Their face changed as they sensed danger. They activated their powers to try to run away. Unfortunately, before they could even react, they disappeared from the world, their existence completely wiped out. Then, the eye looked at the hooded figure. No, no, no. You chose me for this mission. I did it. Now that I succeeded, why are you getting rid of me? I'm a hero. The hooded figure did not want to die. He had accomplished his goal and could return home. He could meet his master again and redo his life, fixing all his regrets. He could use this opportunity to reach the peak of cultivation and see the scenarios he did have the chance to. Regrettably, Grand Tao did not care about his words. With its indifferent eyes, it wiped out the hooded figure from existence. The one who showed up was nothing but a clone, while the real body hid behind the scene. It, too, was also erased. Then, Grand Tao gazed at the Tao opening sect's insurgents. After not sensing the taboo from their bodies, it disappeared. The group did not dare to breathe for more than half a minute. I knew this kid had many secrets. But I did not expect it involved taboo and Grand Tao, commented Miscellaneous. None of that matters now, replied Origin 1. With this situation, they understood the kid was destined to accomplish many great things. However, he also made too many enemies in his path, resulting in the current situation. Crack. The space trembled as cracks manifested, alerting everyone. Then, they saw a beautiful woman in a long white cheongsam, cut off on the lower bottom to show her long legs with no shoes. Her flowing black hair accented her beauty, but no one would care about that because of her serious demeanor. Wu Hong looked at the dead Wang Wei and frowned. Her eyes changed as she manifested everything that happened, including how her husband died and the fate of the hooded figure. Sigh, this timeline is rapidly going out of control. Someone from the future came to deal with him? Wu Hong frowned as she analyzed the situation. Paragon could travel through the river of time. However, many restrictions are placed on them to prevent them from messing with history and creating too many paradoxes. As a result, when a paragon wants to change something from the past, they would usually travel to a parallel timeline with the most negligible difference from their original timeline. Some paranoid people would go to a timeline where the only difference was someone's robe color was blue instead of black. Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao did not care if these guys messed up the alternate timeline, but they could not mess with the main one. Furthermore, timelines become more complicated when they leave their home chaos world and have to consider the entire chaos universe. Of course, Wu Hong concluded Grand Tao was involved in this operation. However, her memories only went as far as when Wang Wei reached Paragon. Has Wang Wei's detachment path changed in this timeline? Is this the reason he did not even intervene? She shook her head to not think further about this problem. She held him in her embrace and began using existence reconstruction, helping him revive. This technique requires great talent and a deep enough understanding of existence. One wrong mistake in the process can fail. Or worse, the person she created looked exactly like Wang Wei but was an entirely different person with different existence. As Wu Hong slowly reconstructed Wang Wei's existence, her face became pale before blood began to fall from her nose and ears. She frowned before looking at one of the dead emperor's bodies. She opened her mouth and swallowed 3 second-class emperors, returning her complexion to a somewhat normal look. In reaching the limit of this body. While in a state similar to limbo, Wang Wei felt he was rapidly sinking into a pool of water. And the further he sank, the closer he felt death approaching. So, he fought harder and harder to prevent this from happening. However, his struggle only delays the speed of sinking. Is this death? It's more peaceful than I thought. Wang Wei continued to struggle as he did not want to give up, even at the last minute. Then, he suddenly felt something stopping his descent and even began to elevate him to the surface. It should be her. I knew I could count on you. As Wang Wei sensed he was about to exit this unknown pool of water, he suddenly heard a conversation. Wow. You even killed your own. How cruel, said a voice that seemed eerily familiar to him. However, no matter how he tried to remember, he could not pinpoint where he had heard it before. Rules are rules, replied another familiar voice. However, Wang Wei felt that voice should not be as cold and indifferent, it should not lack so much humanity. Nevertheless, he still could not identify whose voice it was. You're not flexible at all, this will be your downfall. The second voice did not answer. So, what was the point of doing something so pointless? Asked the eerily familiar first voice. Nothing I do is pointless. That's true. Well, now is my turn. Wang Wei opened his eyes, looking at his wife's beautiful face. He reached out to caress her face. I knew I could count on you. You're beginning to be more troublesome than it's worth, replied Wu Hong. Even if that were the truth, you would still love me and save my butt. Wu Hong smacked her lips and ignored him. Your face is a little pale. Are you all right? He hurriedly asked after noticing the anomaly. I'm fine. Just exerted too much strength. Wang Wei frowned but did not ask further questions. He suddenly remembered something, Ancestor Wucheng. He stood up and floated in the void. He's gone. Can't you save him? No. If you want to see him, do it yourself. Wang Wei sighed deeply. I understand. He then looked at the other ancestors. Thank you for coming to save me. We did not do much, replied Origin 1. Nevertheless, we are glad you are all right. We can talk later. The other thanked Wu Hong before returning to the sect. Existence and eternity. Wang Wei looked in the distance before flying to a specific spot. He sighed before taking out a gourd and began to spill alcohol into the void. Ancestor, I'm sorry I was weak and could not do anything. Death is a sad and lonely place. But don't worry. We will one day be reunited. Before then, consider the stay a terrible vacation. After emptying the gourd, he knelt in the void and kowtowed 3 times. A look of determination flashed deep in Wang Wei's eyes. He was responsible for Ancestor Wucheng's death and would do what was needed to make things right. So, exactly what happened? Who was that hooded figure? It seems your future self is involved in some shenanigans with Grand Dao, and your present self got involved, replied Wu Hong. Is that so? Then, why didn't he intervene? Why didn't he save Ancestor Wucheng? Who knows? It could be he wanted to temper and motivate you, it could be your future self has become so jaded that he does not care, or it could be a completely different reason. I have to say, this situation is frustrating. Although I'm technically the one making these decisions, I really want to beat up my future self. Being powerless and being used as a pawn, even by himself, is not a good feeling for someone like him. I know the feeling, Wu Hong replied as he hugged his left hand. Wang Wei then became dazed as he looked into the distance. After a few minutes of silence, Wu Hong asked, what are you thinking? The cultivation world is genuinely unpredictable. 1 minute, I'm cocky after scheming and dealing with a Dao monarch. The next moment, I died under the siege of a bunch of great emperors. You never know what's going to happen. Struggle is a fundamental aspect of cultivation, especially for people with great luck like yourself. I get that, but I don't like the unpredictability of the world. Isn't it this one of the reasons you wanted to be free and unfettered? To be able to control your destiny. Of course. So, you should have expected this path not to be easy. I know. I'm just taking this opportunity to complain. As long as you know, nodded Wu Hong. Anyway, don't you benefit from these catastrophes? That's true. After his revival, Wang Wei could feel that his understanding of existence had drastically increased compared to before. For now, he could not use much of this advantage, but it should be helpful when proving the Tao. Furthermore, his life and death talent had evolved. After experiencing true death, his understanding of life and death laws also strengthened his talent. And now, Wang Wei was confident of turning the life and death talent into a longevity talent, granting him a few more lives after proving the Tao. He also had some ideas on using the data he gathered from Monk Wuji since he had just experienced nirvana. In general, the benefit of dying and reviving was many. I always felt the concept of existence was odd. So, what exactly is it? Asked Wang Wei. In layman's terms, it is the Tao of eternality combined with other stuff. Grand Tao separated the eternal Tao to create the concept of existence. So, eternal emperors, everlasting empyreans, and boundless paragons have to cultivate two primary Tao, their own and eternal Tao. Is this why they are so powerful and hard to kill? Basically. Then, what about the Tao of eternity itself? What happens if a cultivator cultivates it? Depends, replied Wu Hong. In a source chaos world, they would be just a normal cultivator with a regular Tao. Maybe even weaker. No one can achieve true eternity with it as a Tao. However, in a normal chaos world, some people can acquire the power and abilities of Eternals through the Tao of eternity. However, it is probably the most difficult Tao to cultivate since Grand Tao has perfectly made it so. Only heaven-defying genius can cultivate to such a level after countless years of effort. Another example of Grand Tao favoring the Emperor path? Yes. I almost felt bad for the other paths. Alright, let's go home. I need to recuperate. The two Emperor palms destroyed his divine sea, law altar, and law tree. After Wu Hong reconstructed his existence, she only recreated his primordial spirit and fleshly body. And even his flesh did not return to its peak state, so he needed to recultivate. Wang Wei was about to ask her to teleport them back home but then remembered her pale complexion. So, he summoned his golden chariot, and they traveled home, taking this opportunity to spend time together. Something must be done to ensure you can survive peacefully until the heaven will battle. Wu Hong was not happy that, on 3 occasions, the powerful talismans she gave Wang Wei did not work because the enemy directly targeted her power. Have the sect refine a talisman of the first-class Great Emperor level for you. That's not a bad idea, acknowledged Wang Wei. Usually, he did not use Emperor-tier artifacts or resources because it was difficult to use their powers. However, with his 9-extremity foundation, he can now bring out much of their power. After returning to the sect, he immediately mobilized the sect's resources to recultivate and reforge his foundation. He first recondensed his fleshly body to its original peak. To Wang Wei's surprise, his strength reached 34 primordial dragon force instead of the original 33 due to optimizing a few things this time. Then, he focused on his cultivation. Recreating his divine sea was normal, with nothing out of the ordinary. However, he wanted to do something different for his divine altar/law altar. Wang Wei was tired of losing his cultivation once this thing was destroyed, so he wanted to take some precautionary measures. After condensing his divine altar, which was in the shape of the Temple of Heaven from his past life, Wang Wei condensed his understanding of nothingness into a core or jewel and inserted it as an ornament in the temple. The power of intangibility oozed out of the jewel and fused with the temple. Immediately, Wang Wei could see the difference. His divine altar was now in a semi-permanent state of intangibility, meaning it was almost impossible to destroy. As Wang Wei watched the red jewel in the temple, his eyes lit up. He knew after proving the Tao, great emperors would undergo a sublimation process where their cultivation and foundation would nourish their bodies and strength. As a result, things like the energy inside their bodies, law altars, law trees, and Tao fruits will be transformed by the power of the Grand Tao source and turn into abilities or power of the emperor. For example, someone like Wang Wei has more origin essence than his peers. After the Grand Tao source nourishment, his origin essence will wash over his body and grant him some power. Like an increase of 0.2% Grand Tao source regarding power. The nourishment will also grant him an increase in battle strength after considering his silver law tree and his fleshly body. This nourishment is why great emperors have a different level of strength after proving the Tao, even if they have the same percentage of comprehension. After the nourishment, this nothingness core should make it easier for me to enter the void stage. Wang Wei did not care much about protecting his divine altar and law tree since these things would vanish after proving the Tao and would no longer be a weakness. He just wanted to prevent any trouble in the mortal stage of his cultivation. However, he cares about the benefit of his nothingness Tao. After nodding in satisfaction with this new discovery, Wang Wei continued his cultivation. He condensed his law seed before cultivating it into a law tree. Then, he noticed another advantage. He could bless some of his laws with the power of nothingness to bless them. For example, he could bless his destruction Tao with the power of nothingnessness, making it even more deadly. Before now, he always had to separate his nothingness Tao from the others. Finally, they could intersect to some level. Wang Wei stood up from the ground and cracked his bones. He walked out of the cultivation room while calculating his time and retreat. 300 years, not that long. He took out a token and checked out some information he needed to take care of. Nothing of significance except Li Jun and Yan Liling had left their retreat and were traveling the world together. Suddenly, someone appeared before him. Answers. Wang Wei paused as he remembered something, making him sigh. "You can call me Elder Sword," said Sword One with a smile. "Thank you. I can tell he meant a lot to you." He did. Wang Wei does not have many mentor figures in his life. He never had a proper teacher or someone to guide them. And Wang Wucheng served this purpose. He was someone he could ask for guidance and protection. Although Yan Shen was his Tao protector, he grew so fast that the latter's role became pointless. However, it was different with Wang Wucheng. Whenever he faced some trouble, Wang Wei knew he could count on the latter. "These are for you." Sword One handed him two things, one space ring and a talisman. The space ring contained the blood of an emperor who cultivated divination. He was a slippery fellow. "Unfortunately, I could only find a second-class emperor. I've left a few first-class emperor blood vials for you." Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he checked inside the ring. "As for the talisman, it is the best work of miscellaneous one. With it, you can run away from a pseudo-eternal emperor and survive a few minutes before an eternal, enough time for us to come save you." I was just about to ask for something similar. However, I did not expect something of this caliber. This level of talisman is considered the true foundation of the sect and would only be used when we are facing calamities of extinction. However, you are too valuable and accident-prone. We have to ensure you survive until the heaven will battle. Is this a compliment or criticism? Both. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. Then, he suddenly thought of something and handed it to her from his space ring. "And, I still have a few gift bonus chapters. But they will be released next week." Sword One. "What's this?" asked Sword One. The space ring contained 2 first-class insurgent chi from Gu Xian. "The talisman is what the ancestor left for my father. Given you're also a swordsman, it should benefit you." Sword One took the space ring but hesitated as she looked at the talisman. After a few seconds of inner conflict, she shook her head. "The ancestor gave it to your father. I have no right to take it. You can use it before he returns from his mortal dust. Plus, it's not like she forbade me from showing it to others. I'm sure Li Jun and Yan Liling will do the same after consulting me." He knew these two were not selfish and would want to share such valuable resources with the elders of the sect, especially the ancestors' level characters. If they can improve their strength, it would only mean that the sect's foundation has deepened. Sword One raised her hand to take the talisman but stopped above it. After thinking about it for an entire minute, she gritted her teeth and took it. "Thank you," she said. "No need. I know you would do the same if the situation were reversed." Wang Wei bowed to her before flying back to his mansion. Meanwhile, Sword One disappeared and returned to her own world. With excitement, she activated the talisman. A projection of the Sword Empress manifested before her. "Why, young lady. I guess the kid was not selfish enough to keep the thing only for his family. Our legacy is good hands," commented Sword Empress. "Xiao Zhu, long time no see." "Young lady, Xiao Zhu is happy to see you again," said Sword One, tears falling down her eyes as she removed her silver mask. Sword Empress looked at her, caressing the gentle face she remembered and wiping the tears in her eyes. She remembered a distant time, long ago, when she was a mortal and before she even met Brother Qiyuan. She was the rich young lady from a somewhat wealthy family. And she had a maid called Gao Zhu. Even since childhood, Gao Zhu has been with her, following and caring for her. After meeting Qiyuan and beginning her cultivation journey, Xiao Zhu followed them for a while in their journey. However, Sword Empress had to leave her behind at some point because the situation was getting too dangerous. I should have taken you with me. I should never have left you behind. No, replied Sword One as she shook her head. It was my decision to stay. I knew I would not be able to keep up with you. And guarding your inheritance has been very fulfilling. Sword One had a second chance at ascending after Battle Maniac proved the Tao and asked her if she wanted to ascend with him. But she refused since she wanted to protect her young lattice sect and inheritance. Maybe, it was for the best, muttered Sword Empress, thinking about everything she had experienced since ascension. Things would have been more complicated if her enemy knew she had a weakness like Xiao Zhu. Let's get to the point since I cannot stay long. Do you know the situation about the upper dimension? Yes, I learned it from the kid, and I sensed an anomaly in the endless void. Alright, that saves me an explanation. Without the upper dimension's restraint, many emperors and other beings secretly hiding will begin to take action. The true heavenly Tao is operating at a slower speed than usual, delaying the time it needs to repress these people or even reinforce certain rules. And when these people figure this out, the lower dimension might be clad in chaos. Sword One frowned as she instantly analyzed the situation. Heavenly Tao of any heaven will world is only equal to that of second-class great emperors. They have to borrow power from the true heavenly Tao for a situation requiring more power. Therefore, if it has a problem, heavenly Tao will become useless in most cases. I'm not worried about most of these people, continued Sword Empress. I'm worried about the eternal emperors and immortal sovereigns remaining in the lower dimension. Some will definitely act on the myriad emperor world and the Tao opening sect. What? Master, what should we do? Sword One survived the ancient emperor and knew how scary these people were, especially the immortal sovereigns. If it were not for a limit to the amount of power they could use in the lower dimension, one of them was enough to conquer most of the endless void. You don't have to worry too much. The immortal sovereign will still have to act on the limit of their power. Sword Empress knew that whether it was true heavenly Tao or supreme unity, they would not allow severe damage to the lower dimension. But the consequence of any Tier 11 entity using its full power in the lower dimension could result in its destruction. As a bottom line, supreme unity and heavenly Tao will compromise and work together to ensure the world's safety. That's a relief. I have left a secret realm for you before the final lockdown. Inside, I've left something for you that would turn you into an insurgent on par with eternal emperors. I've also left a few life-saving means for the sect. Hopefully, you won't meet one of these elite eternals. Sword Empress knew that even amongst eternals, there could be a vast difference in strength. For example, Shi Qiyuan and Wu Hong had battle strength above 20% Grand Tao source after proving the Tao. Thank you, young lady. No need. I still feel guilty. If I took you with me, you would have an even higher achievement in the cultivation path. There is no need to blame yourself, replied Sword One, shaking her head. I still remember our life back then. I never thought I could have any achievements in the cultivation path because of my low talent. You motivated me and used countless efforts and resources, allowing me to achieve today's achievement. Although I would like to continue this journey, I'm still content with the speed at which I do. After so long, Sword One had understood 48% of the Grand Tao source and could power its power. Compared to the 4% she could control before becoming a 5-root Tao ancestor, she was happy and content despite the slow progress. Contentedness is good, added Sword Empress with a smile. Alright, I must leave. So soon. We will have another time for a reunion. Apologize to the others for me for not leaving something for them. Our situation is not the best, and am limited in my abilities. The others left something for their insurgent counterparts, most of which were in the secret realm. However, their method was not as directly beneficial as the one she left for Sword One. It can benefit them, but only in the long run. Young lady, are you alright? I will be. Protect the kid. He might be the answer to everything. and have him pay my debts to the others. I'm sure he has a way to provide a better cultivation environment for all of you. As Sword One watched her young lady disappear, she tried to control her emotions and running tears. Have a nice, young lady. Don't forget to eat and take care of yourself. Tiny teardrops appeared on the corner of the Sword Empress' eyes. She had not heard these words for countless Yuan epochs. Back then, Xiao Zhu would always tell her to eat and take care of herself even when she was a mighty cultivator feared by many and had no need for earthly necessities like food. I will, replied Yen Ai, as she always had. Sword One took a few minutes to gather her composure. After taking a deep breath, she placed the mask back on her face. The old Xiao Zhu was gone, only leaving Sword One, the sword protector of the Dao opening sect. She contacted the others and told them of the news and gave them the insurgent cheese. Finally, she departed for the secret realm. While flying home, Wang Wei suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking about me? He stopped as the sneeze reminded him that he forgot to place the deceiving trial pagoda in the sect. So, he summoned a few elders and asked them to find a place for it. The elder gave him an attitude, and when asked why, the latter explained how irresponsible he had been since becoming a sect master. He only attended a few meetings before leaving all the workload on them. They had the same complaints about Li Jun and Yen Liling, but Wang Wei's case was the worse. Ashamed and embarrassed, Wang Wei promised to take his sect master duties more seriously. He then flew back home, where he saw his lovely wife lying in bed, reading novels. I thought you would return to seclusion. I decided to create a clone with most of my power and abilities to go in my place. We can spend more time together. That's good, I guess, he replied somewhat blandly. Don't think about these things. Come write me a few more novels. Wang Wei lay next to her. Where is the pile I previously gave you? I thought you wanted to read them slowly. It's been so long. Not really. Anyway, which one is your favorite? I like the one you write about cultivating Fate Dao. Although I know it's based on you, I still enjoyed reading it, especially since it was not a harem. It's one of my best works. But, I'm not very satisfied with the beginning. It's not that bad. Anyways, it gets way better later on. You should write more in the same style. However, I want a female protagonist that is similar to me. Alright. However, have you tried writing yourself? I did. Let me see. No. Why not? Because I don't want to. Common. You know I'll pester you if you don't show it to me. Fine. Wang Wei read through her novel. I understand why you did not want to show it to me. You're a terrible writer. You want to say that again? I finally found something you're not good at. Wang Wei could tell her writing had no problem per se, but her plot, world building, creativity, and character designs and development were so bland. You want to sleep alone tonight? I'm sorry. But, there is nothing wrong with being bad at something. Says the boring and perfect man. I'm sure there is something I'm not good at. I just haven't found it yet, replied Wang Wei with a smug look, and Wu Hong almost slapped him into the moon. Whatever. Go write my novels. This empress needs to be entertained. Qiyuan's scheme. 300 years ago, upper dimension, supreme unity suddenly opened his eyes from his temple. His eyes penetrated the lower dimension, and he watched Grand Tao manifesting and erasing 3 people from existence. The aura of taboo. And it's similar to the one emanating from the prehistoric world. I knew this kid had many secrets. He remembered a while ago when he sensed a power on par with himself secretly interfering with the eternal ascension world. At first, he and Mithraea convinced themselves it was only some fleeting entity sending some vague threat, especially since it was so brief that they could not detect it. However, now, he understood that event might be related to a taboo, and the key to everything was Wang Wei. Supreme Unity left his magnificent temple, prepared to head to the lower dimension. With his power, nothing can stop him from interfering, except for the normal-looking nun that appeared before him. Why are you stopping me? Supreme Unity demanded with a cold and indifference in his voice. You can't touch the kid. I can do as I please. And I can stop you if I desire. Supreme Unity looked directly into her eyes. Aren't you tempted? Whatever secret the prehistoric world is hiding might be the key to finding the path forward. At their level, where there is no single cultivation path of advancement, exploring Taboo's secrets is another way to experience new things and possibly find the way forward. I do. But I prefer to wait until he reaches the same height as us and ask him. Maitreya knew that with Wang Wei's personality of always paying his debt, he would tell her if he asked about the prehistoric world. However, she would prefer to wait until they are on equal ground when he feels more secure and confident to ask. That way, they can have a genuine and open conversation. That is the mindset of the weak. Supreme Unity does not believe in this nonsense. He believes in the hierarchy of power. He will take what he wants from anyone weaker than him. You were once weak. The key word is was, implying the past. Besides, your plan is flawed as it implied he could reach the same realm as us. Why not? You and I know that our realm became more common after the arrival of the ultimate taboo. That was true. Qiyuan's second battle of origin was one of the most critical events in the entire Chaos universe. Most people believed he wanted to make the Eternal Ascension world the center of the universe. He tried to make it the Chaos world with the most luck or destiny but failed. But that was only on the surface. Qiyuan's real goal was to start a war that spread throughout the universe. While everything was chaotic, he arranged pawns across different Chaos worlds to gather the luck of the entire universe and summon the ultimate taboo. And he succeeded in the end. The plan succeeded with the help of many allies both in the Eternal Ascension world and other Chaos worlds. And after the event of the ultimate taboo, half-step detached individuals like Supreme Unity and Maitreya became more common in the Chaos universe. Unlike our time, it is not so far-fetched for someone to reach our level, argued Maitreya. If the majority of people who participated in the event did not die or were stubborn and would not settle for a perfect method of detachment, there would be more of them in the Eternal Ascension world. More is not necessarily better, countered Supreme Unity. The more people in our realm, the fewer resources for us. Or, we can share our experiences and methods to find the path forward. You and I know this universe is somewhat of a cage. And only by working together can we escape. I don't need anyone's help to achieve detachment. It seems there is no point in arguing with you, said Maitreya, shaking her head. She realized the man opposite her was not the person she once knew. Back then, Supreme Unity participated in the second battle of origin. He was one of the people who knew the ultimate goal, and he benefited from it. However, now, he suddenly was arrogant enough to think he could create his own unique method of detachment. Maitreya often contemplated whether Supreme Unity was always like this or the result of whatever method he got from the ultimate taboo. Anyway, you cannot lay your hands on the kid. Then, let's fight. Fine. Let's go to primordial chaos to not destroy the world. The two left the Eternal Ascension world, fighting in primordial chaos for a few decades before Maitreya stopped the battle. While standing in the endless dark space, she looked at Supreme Unity. I've had enough. I don't want to waste my time fighting you. Stop. Otherwise, suffer the consequence. And what would that be? It'll destroy the Eternal Ascension world and rebuild it. If you're going bluff, use a better one. The world's destruction will also be detrimental to your realm. Yes, but not as bad as you. Supreme Unity frowned as he calculated things. He understood they both needed the Eternal Ascension world to take that half-step in the realm of detachment. However, her method relied less on the world than his. Supreme Unity also realized he was in a race for time. If Maitreya could get rid of her attachment to the Eternal Ascension world before him, he would be in great danger. Thus, he considered the situation and decided it was not the time to be boggling down and directly confronting Maitreya. After dealing with Heavenly Tao, he can completely swallow it and become free from its restraints. Without saying anything else, he returned to his temple. Meanwhile, Maitreya looked at his departing back. A few minutes later, her face began to change rapidly, forming all kinds of facial expressions indicating different emotions, desires, or odd behavior. Simultaneously, she could hear many voices in her mind. An infinite number of them were all speaking simultaneously. This excruciating process lasted for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Still unstable. I need more time. She exhaled softly before looking in one direction. Why couldn't I divine the changes to the chaos universe, but the all-seeing temple could? The temple only had a peak paragons with divination Tao. Many people decided to seal the temple during the Second Battle of Origin since their divination could affect the entire operation. Wu Hong oversaw the seal, and she even made sure no one could release them and even made sure they could not participate in the ultimate taboo. The upcoming turbulence of the universe is a sign that something as big as the ultimate taboo is coming. I need to prepare to not be swept by the tide and maybe find a way to move forward. After thinking for a few seconds, she looked toward the prehistoric world before leaving primordial chaos and returning home. She did not go to her temple or see her followers. Instead, she went to see an old friend. "What do you want again?" asked Wu Hong. "I just came to chat." "Are you ready to explain what happened?" "I needed the stabilization of the world. I could not allow anyone to become paragon. I can deduce as much. But so many things are unexplainable. Why did you settle with a flawed method? You were as dedicated to the cause as us. The way you acted was weird and erratic." "Did you regain your memories?" asked Maitreya. "No. Don't change the subject." "I can't say, for now. When you can say, we can talk." Wu Hong closed her eyes, indicating the end of the conversation. Maitreya sighed and prepared to leave. Then, she thought of something. What would that kid do in that situation? He would act shameless. A glint flashed in her eyes as she sat down before Wu Hong. "What is it now?" "I came here to drink tea with an old friend. I'm not leaving until I do." Wu Hong stared at her, and she did not flinch. "When it comes to patience, you cannot defeat me. I have no issue with sitting here for a few million yuan epochs. You're really not going to leave?" "No." "Fine." Wu Hong waved her hand to manifest a tea set and serve the guest. However, she drank her tea in silence, not saying a word. Maitreya did not mind and simply enjoyed the company. After finishing her tea, she thanked Wu Hong before leaving with a smile. Unfortunately, Maitreya did not even have time to sit down before sensing something. She disappeared before teleporting to a corner of the Eternal Ascension world. Supreme Unity arrived at the same time as her. Both of them looked at something with somber looks on their faces. "The dark truth," muttered Maitreya, looking at the gray fog that appeared in the upper dimension. Visitor, gift bonus chapter. Thanks to DroX for the gift. Sorry if the chapter has more mistakes than usual. I'm in a hurry and do not have time to edit. I'll do it later. Wang Wei lay in bed with his favorite wife. Of course, he would never describe her with the word favorite, fearing she would ask him if he had others that were not his favorite. He did not know he was so close to being killed after surviving the hooded man's catastrophe, nor did he sense his karma debt had increased. He was simply enjoying some time with his wife. As they were both reading a novel, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I just had a great idea." "What is it?" "Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? I think we would look good with gray hair." "No," replied Wu Hong casually. "Why not?" "I like my hair color. But we would look so cool if we match." "In that case, why don't you turn your hair black?" "No, thank you. I like my current image and don't want to change it." "That's what I thought." Wang Wei shook his head before continuing to read. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "I got a gift for you, but I don't want to give it to you." "Why?" Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. "Red bottom heels," commented Wu Hong. "Yes. I made these ones, especially for you. But then, I feel it would be a crime to cage those beautiful feet and toes." "I would not expect less from someone with a foot fetish," she replied as she took one shoe and tried it on. Fetish has such a bad stigma to it. So, let's call it appreciation. Despite saying these words, he could not remove his eyes from her long legs. He liked how the shoe perfectly fit with her feet and accentuated her model-esque legs, making them more attractive. Do you want to model for me? He asked. Sure, why not? Wang Wei immediately created a small world before controlling the fate of that world to evolve into something he desired, which was a model runway. He had the chairs, cameras, and everything. Of course, he had to make their illusions since he feared alerting Grand Dao because they were a product of science and technology. Wu Hong modeled for him, changing outfits and using different types of heels. Wang Wei took pictures and saved them through a magical artifact. Then, it was his turn to model for her. This was fun, she commented as they returned to their bed. Indeed, replied Wang Wei as he watched her remove them, conflicted about whether he wanted them on or off. He felt it was a curse for his wife to be so beautiful. Are you going to do something with them? Yes. I'm going to start a cultural revolution by selling them. That's a good idea. Many women will be interested in buying if you refine them as magical artifacts, she replied before suddenly stopping and giggling. What's funny? I just imagine people like Hu Fenghuang, Zhen Biyu, and Mo Xingyan fighting in the heaven will battle with heels on. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. I figured although there would be no merit for such an invention, I could gather some luck if they became popular enough. Plus, molding the world as I see fit is really fun. Reg in your God complex, added Wu Hong before continuing her reading. God wishes he was me, sneered Wang Wei as he took aback to read as well. Wait, I have something I've always wanted to ask, but it always slipped my mind. What is it this time? Why did you appear in the last part of my pagoda trial? He always remembered the anomaly that happened during that trial, where he saw Wu Hong's face, and she betrayed him. He knew she was responsible for the anomaly as it was easy with her power, but he never understood why. I wanted to significantly impact you and prevent you from pursuing others. Unfortunately, my plan was not 100% successful since you're a man-whore and slept with other women. First of all, this kind of tactic is very manipulative and should not be used. Secondly, how am I on a man-whore? I only slept with 2 people before I met you, he rebutted with fake outrage. You couldn't keep it in your pants, so you're a man-whore. The first time was not even my fault, it was my mother's insistence. As for the second time, Wang Wei remembered his passionate night with Dong Lifan. Why should I turn down a beautiful woman who wanted to get me, no strings attached? It's called sticking to your ideals and self-control. Since you don't have both, you're a man-whore, she replied casually. But, I'm a modern man. You can't expect me to see things the same way as these ancient people. You are mistaken if you think you're any different than them. Regarding sex, all men across the entire chaos universe are the same. Whatever. I won't argue with you. 'Cause you know I'm right. Wang Wei did not answer and continued reading his book and caressing her hair. He enjoyed these peaceful and calm times. What are you going to do now that the trial is finished? Any big plans? A few. 2, to be exact. Which are? The first one involved hunting. I need to get rid of some things I feel are destabilizing to the overall situation. As for the second. Wang Wei stopped and raised his head from his book. I just divined someone is coming to see me. And it's good news. That's good, I guess. A few hours later, Wang Wei received a request for visitation, and he agreed. The next day, he went to Tianwei Peak to meet his guest. He saw 2 women, one young and the other middle-aged. Lady Shiqian, it's good to see you. Wang Wei did his duty as host and offered tea and snacks. Sect Master Wang Wei, I will be direct. I came here to make a deal with you. You want the deceiving heaven longevity art? Yes. Sure. I'm open to exchanging, as long as the price pleases me. Shi Qian was slightly surprised as she did not expect things to proceed so smoothly. Nevertheless, it was a good thing for her. I'm willing to, before we exchange anything, I would like to know the limitations of the scripture, said the middle-aged woman, who Wang Wei guessed was Shi Qian's mother because of their resemblance. He looked at her, then back at Shi Qian. I see. You are facing an opponent that is a reincarnated Tao ancestor. And the only for you to win the heaven will battle is to deceive heavenly Tao that you are an emperor child, therefore use your one attack to defeat the enemy. Shi Qian and her mother's hearts skipped a beat as they felt all their thoughts and secrets were seen through. So, they immediately became on guard. Wang Wei did not care about their reactions. Reading people's fate line when they are in his territory is 1,000 times easier. The scripture can indeed do so since you are an immortal child. However, for you to skill becoming a Tao child and become an emperor child will not be easy. Shi Qian became relieved but did not know how to proceed. So, she glanced at her mom, to which the latter just nodded. She took a deep breath to calm down before continuing the conversation. In that case, I offer more opportunities to wash away karma for your sex people. As members of the light race, washing karma is easier for us after proving the Tao. I don't care for that. Although rare, my sex still had a small pool of karma washing water, replied Wang Wei. You know the value of the scripture. It's both an insurgent and a longevity technique. So, directly take out your highest offer. Shi Qian sighed softly. Fine. After proving the Tao, I will offer you most of my Tao ancestor and immortal venerable spots. Excellent. Let's sign the contract, said Wang Wei. He would not refuse any opportunity to increase the sex foundation. Then, they signed the highest binding contract that even a great emperor could not annul. Wang Wei made clauses that stated she could not pass the scripture to anyone besides her mother. He wanted to exclude her as well. However, considering their situation in their homeworld, he feared the poor woman could not protect his investment. Thus, he allowed her to use it to become an insurgent and have the ability to protect her daughter. However, he did not know whether she could become an insurgent with her immortal venerable cultivation. Statistically speaking, the chances were slim. Nevertheless, she could still deceive heavenly Tao to become a Tao ancestor, thus improving her situation. After everybody was satisfied with the contract, Wang Wei and Shi Qian signed it, and she immediately left with her mother. Maybe I should search for some other immortal child to make a similar deal. After thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. Immortal children were rare, but it was also difficult to find one with a low chance of proving the Tao similar to Shi Qian. Alright, let's go hunting, he muttered. Why were you chosen? Wang Wei checked on the sex elders before leaving. Outside the formation's range, he broke the space to teleport to the central continent's east coast, near the sea. He looked at the endless sea, admiring its wonder and beauty for a moment while also knowing its dangers. He took out a talisman from his space ring and checked the information Wang Ju had just sent to him. He then flew into the sea, diving deep down with unimaginable speed. On his way, he saw countless sea demons, mainly the ones that resembled fishes. The majority range from body refining to divine altar and vary in size. After diving more than 100,000 meters, Wang Wei began to see more sea races with humanoid appearances or characteristics. The creatures were between the supernatural and primordial spirit realms in this part of the sea. These creatures instantly became wary of him but did not interact when they realized how fast he flew. While diving deep down, Wang Wei took the time to scan the surroundings with his divine sense. The concentration of spiritual qi was on par with the eastern continent, and the deeper he went, the higher the concentration. He detected a vast amount of spiritual herbs and resources, especially ores. The sea race's culture was similar to the demon race, meaning that array and weapon refining was not common, resulting in abundant resources. The only downside was these ores and resources were mostly water and yin attributes. After diving over 100 million meters deep, Wang Wei finally discovered civilization. In front of him was the ocean floor and no more place to go deeper. However, in the middle of the sea floor was a building surrounded by arrays. He knew that place was an embassy that connected the surface world with the sea race. If any factions wanted to contact the sea race, they had to go through this place. However, Wang Wei was not here for an official visit. So, he flew into the distance, far away from the embassy, to a tunnel or vortex, which was the unofficial entrance that other cultivators must use. The sea race once wanted to block that entrance, but the other emperor lineages would not allow them to isolate themselves from the world entirely. As he flew through the vortex, Wang Wei sensed a mighty force tearing apart his body left and right. According to his calculations, the minimum requirement to survive this vortex was the primordial spirit realm, and a decent artifact's aid was needed. He followed the tunnel deeper under the ground to about 500 million meters underground. Bam! Wang Wei felt he had passed a barrier and entered a new world. His surroundings were no longer deep and eerie black. Instead, he thought he was above ground and under the sun. In the distance, he saw numerous constructions or underwater buildings. Some of these constructs were underwater, but some had a raise that separated the water. He saw large pieces of land, some as small as an island and others as vast as a continent. He saw a myriad of sea creatures and humans. The humans were easily noticeable since most of them had barriers around them to protect against the pressure. Few could withstand it like Wang Wei, making him an anomaly and easily noticeable. Without wasting time, Wang Wei turned invisible before teleporting to a particular island called Human Snake Island, which was the territory of the Tingshi race, a sea creature with the body of a human and the lower part of a snake. After secretly entering one of the stores and revealing himself, one of the Tingshi members kneeled on foot before him. "Young master. I did not know you were coming. At ease. I wanted to stroll around the sea, so I did not notify you guys." Wang Wei said calmly. "Where is he?" he asked, getting straight to business. "Sun Jiaolong is hiding by also impersonating a member of the Tingshi clan. Do you know why he's here? We theorized the Sea Destiny sword might be in the hands of the Tingshi clan." Wang Wei and the Shadow Guard theorized 3 places the sword might be. The Baishi clan, since they could use the Star Sage lineage to find the sword's location. The second is the Panlong clan, a sea dragon with black scales and venomous and water attributes. They were among the many creatures created before the Null Era and modeled after innate dragons. Panlong looked exactly like dragons, except they had no horns. The Panlong race is the most powerful emperor clan of the sea race, with 6 great emperors. They were the only group with the power and confidence to protect the sword. Finally, it was the Tingshi race. Although they only had 3 great emperors, they were the first sea race to cultivate a great emperor during the Incense Era. According to the Fate Shadows analysis, the Tingshi Great Emperor has a high chance of being the one who condensed the lineage of their entire race and forged the sword in the first place. "Give me his location," asked Wang Wei. And after receiving the information he needed, he headed to where Sun Jiaolong was lurking in his disguise form. Wang Wei quickly noticed that his human upper body looked different from his actual face. From a distance, he watched Sun Jiaolong interact with other Tingshi races, forming bonds and relationships. Wang Wei then closed his eyes and connected to the human sword destiny, trying to use its aura and power to sense other items of tremendous luck. He instantly felt the one Sun Jiaolong had, but he could not find the one belonging to the sea race. He stopped trying and gave up. He had a better way of knowing who had the sword. And if that did not work, he only had to wait until he proved the Tao to get his hands on it. Then, Wang Wei acted. He waited until he was alone and appeared behind him, teleported him to a small world he had created. Although he wanted to bring him back to the surface, he could not directly teleport there unless he used a formation or used brute force and alerted too many people. Wang Wei, Sun Jiaolong groaned as he deactivated his transformation. "Why are you here? What do you want?" He was on full alert since he knew how powerful the monster before him was. Mo Xingyun had explained the 9 Extremity Foundation to him and the others in the alliance. "Something has been bothering me for some time now," announced Wang Wei. "Why did the Human Destiny Sword choose you?" "What are you talking about?" "It's a fair question. Why did it choose you?" "Because I was the best choice." "Were you?" "If the sword's main criterion were talent, it would never have been your turn. If it was about the spirit of a sovereign, Ji Song was a better match since he also was a crown prince back then. So, why were you chosen?" What's so special about you? Sun Jialong did not answer. He had asked himself the same question many times but never reached a satisfactory answer. I'll tell you my thoughts. The human emperor is not the master of the sword. No one is the master of this sword. However, as its creator, he can influence it to do its bidding. So, he left it as a backhand to do something. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have some theories. Regardless, this is not important for the moment. To achieve his plan, he needs a vessel, a chosen champion. However, the vessel has to meet specific criteria: talented but not too talented. Intelligent and cunning, but not at the level of a Dao lord or overlord. A decent background but not one with powerful entities that have become mighty figures in the upper dimension. Do you see where I'm going with this? Someone that is easy to control, added Sun Jialong with gritted teeth. Bingo. These are nothing but conjectures. There is no proof, argued Sun Jialong before taking a deep breath to calm down. He would not let these words affect his state of mind or Dao heart. True. Unfortunately, I don't care if you believe me. I came here to remove a possible threat to my future. His ancestor warned him about hunting the other heaven chosens, which would affect his status as the son of an era. And Wang Wei agreed, especially after the era luck saved him against these great emperors. However, he felt that some people were too dangerous to keep around. They were unstable factors, so he would remove them before they could grow and affect the overall situation. And killing one or two will not affect his status. He rushed towards Sun Jialong and punched him. He moved so fast that the latter had no chance to react. Boom! The Great Wu dynasty's future sovereign exploded into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind, including his soul and Dao. However, Wang Wei frowned after seeing the final result. Fallen Dragon. Sun Jialong's body reformed while also transforming. He grew an additional 3 meters. Golden hair grew on his body, covering him from head to toe. A red battle armor appeared on his body, along with a black staff that Wang Wei identified as a transformed demon destiny sword. The Battle Saint bloodline? Not quite. More like a mutation, muttered Wang Wei. And immediately after the latter finished transforming, he rushed with incomparable speed and plunged his hand into Sun Jialong's chest, ripping it out of his heart. He also used the Rooster Zodiac acupoint to convert his raw physical strength into spiritual power, destroying Sun Jialong's primordial spirit. Wang Wei calmly watched as the latter's body dropped on the floor, a fist-size hole in his chest. And as expected, the hole instantly healed, and Sun Jialong returned to the land of the living. Without hesitation, the Crown Prince flew away, creating a portal that would teleport him from this small artificial world. And when he exited the portal, he found himself in the same place. Wang Wei watched him with a mocking gaze. Interesting innate talent. You can revive yourself, and your battle strength will increase with each death. This must be the result of your strange bloodline, a bloodline made for battle. Sun Jialong did not answer but activated a void-breaking talisman instead. He only wanted to leave this place as far as possible. The space around him fluctuated, but nothing changed. He was still in the same spot. I can't even feel a domain. How could he be so powerful? Mused Sun Jialong as his mind raced, trying to think of a feasible solution to his predicament. Let's see how many times you can die and revive. Wang Wei glanced at him, and the power of death suddenly enveloped him. Sun Jialong dropped from the sky, dead despite no physical or spiritual injury. Death came to him, so he died, nothing else, nothing more. It was that simple. Sun Jialong opened his eyes while breathing heavily, as if his lungs had not worked properly for a long time. Death was never scary to him, at least not until now. Things had gotten to the point he was about to be desperate. He opened his domain, which slightly surprised Wang Wei. According to his calculations, only the people who attended the trial should have made their breakthrough, and the rest should still be in the void-shattering realm. It seems this generation was growing even faster than previously predicted. He snapped his hand, and a bunch of strings materialized before impaling Sun Jialong, immune to the luck power of his domain. A red armor that covered his entire body manifested on Sun Jialong. He had used his law armor, condensing his power of law into an ultimate form of protection. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he watched the strings impale him, ignoring the so-called defense. This kind of method was useful in the void-shattering realm but not in the saint realm. It would have been better to condense his domain into a small area around him as protection. Although this tactic requires talent, Sun Jialong could do it after practice. His actions showed his lack of battle IQ and the fact he had just entered the saint realm and did not take the time to cultivate or practice. This is what happens when someone focuses too much on foreign aid, neglecting cultivation and individual strength. Wang Wei walked before Sun Jialong's corpse, and when the latter revived, he placed his hand on his head to forcefully read his memories and fate line. It was not the first time he witnessed Sun Jialong's life. After the heaven-chosen selection trial, he had read the latter's fate line. This time, however, he decided to be more detailed and not miss anything. He wanted to find any connection Sun Jialong had with the human emperor. Nothing, he muttered as he dropped the body on the floor. A few seconds later, a desperate Sun Jialong revived, his aura immensely more powerful. So, only 6 lives, commented Wang Wei as he sensed the latter would perish for good this time. And despite all these boosts, your strength is still nowhere near the immortal venerable level. A frown appeared on his head. The human destiny sword only showed up during rare times when the world needed it. I can conclude it appears in this generation because of the change in the era, and the human emperor chose you for the same reason. However, why are you so weak? Could it be he did not foresee that the power ceiling in this era would be such a high amount heaven chosen's? I told you, I'm not the human emperor's pawn. Is that so? Then, let's see. Wang Wei clenched his hand into a fist and punched. Bam! Sun Jialong tried to block with the demon destiny sword, but it was to no avail. Luckily for him, an unknown and mysterious power emanated from his body, sending Wang Wei flying away. Here you are, he groaned as he got up. That power was on par with one root Dao ancestor. So, was the human emperor planning on interfering with this generation's heaven-will battle? Many things started to add up in his mind while also gathering even more questions. These people usually should not be able to influence the heaven-will battle. But things might be different with the situation of true heavenly Dao. The human emperor should know one root Dao ancestor's strength is not enough for Sun Jialong to win the final battle. So, what is the point of his actions? Although he only recently achieved this level of power, Di Tian was here since the beginning, and the latter should know what the 9-extremity foundation was. Unless his backhand was only to protect Sun Jialong in case of an emergency. The clear conclusion is that Sun Jialong's objective is not related to the heaven-will battle but the whole karmic position of humans, Earth, and the heavenly emperor. More reason to kill him. The heavenly emperor position can only be mine. He had many plans for the position. Honestly, he did not know about the 3 karmic position until he learned about the Earth Emperor from Gu Xian's memories. However, he had long planned to create the position of Heavenly Emperor as part of his future plans. And this fact made him feel that the human emperor calculated him. He felt the latter was waiting for someone to create that position. Wang Wei did not like this feeling, so Sun Jialong must die. Suddenly, Wang Wei sensed something outside and checked with his divine sense. He saw a young man with jaws of sharp teeth smiling at him after detecting his scan. Is this Yi Lianchang from the Deep Squid race? What an eerie aura, commented Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he did not want to deal with the political implications of his unannounced visit. So, he waved his hand to create a transmission array into his small world and teleported to the surface. As he floated above the sea, he closed his eyes to sense something. Northern continent? He broke the space and teleported to a mountain range where he sensed a secret realm protected by formation. He punched the secret realm and instantly destroyed it, revealing a disheveled Sun Jialong. He was not in the best shape, not only because of his injuries but because of the mysterious power that suddenly appeared in his body. I don't care if I'm a pawn. Please give me the strength to kill my opponent, he yelled in his mind. And someone or something answered his prayer. A terrifying power emerged from his body, giving him an intoxicated feeling. Sun Jiaolong looked at Wang Wei like a hunter looking at prey. Drunk on power? Until your end, you were a disappointment. He connected to his incarnations, increasing his aura to an even higher level than his opponent. A few minutes later, Wang Wei held Sun Jiaolong's corpse, dangling it in the air. He doubled, tripled, and quadruple checked to see if the latter was absolutely dead. Even after sealing the demon destiny sword and putting it away, he was not sure and checked again. In the end, he burned Sun Jiaolong's body to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. Finally, he used his Era Destiny status to contact Heavenly Tao and made it delay the announcement of Sun Jiaolong's death. As a heaven chosen, his death will show visions to the entire world, announcing and worshipping his death. Wang Wei wanted a delay before he went after his next opponent. Without wasting time, he opened a portal to the Western continent. Limbo, the place between living and non-living, the place between existence and non-existence, the human emperor sensed Sun Jiaolong's death. What's going on? According to my calculations, there should not have been any problem with the first step. His plans involved acquiring the heavenly emperor position. However, after many years of calculations and divinations, this was supposed to be the easiest part of the plan. Was my divination wrong? According to his divination, the first step only required him to win the heaven will battle in the myriad emperor world at a certain point. So, he waited until now, but there seems to have been a hiccup. After pondering for a moment, he denied the possibility of wrong divination. He used a great treasure gifted to him by Hong Jun, and knowing the latter's realm, he doubted there would be an issue. The human emperor sensed that Wang Wei was responsible for eliminating his pawn. So, he calculated again to determine his next step. Let's just wait. Let's focus on acquiring the Earth Emperor position first. Unlike the Heavenly Emperor position, which would require him to do a lot of work, the Earth Emperor position was a ripped fruit ready to be picked. Known Truth, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Driasax for the chapter, Wang Wei went to the Western continent, in the Mo clan's domain. Of course, because of his previous rampage, he was not welcome in this place, so he had to hide his identity. A month passed, and Mo Xingyun was nowhere in sight. Wang Wei then decided to take a more proactive method. He contacted one of the Fate's shadow guards with a high status in the Mo clan and had them find an excuse to send her out. This plan worked, but Wang Wei had to wait an entire 6 months before she actually left. And a few times, he sensed this weird method trying to find him, trying to find danger, to be exact. He had to use many techniques to hide effectively. Luckily, his patience was soon rewarded as Mo Xingyun left the clan. Once she arrived at a destination, a few domains from her clan, Wang Wei finally intercepted her. Cautious, aren't we? Apparently, not enough, replied Mo Xingyun calmly. Should I call you Mo Xingyun or Heaven-Devouring Emperor? Why would you call me by my ancestor's name? She rebutted. I have to say, your method is truly wonderful. No matter what technique I use, I cannot see any signs of body possession. Even your bloodline appeared normal. That's because your assumption is wrong. Mo Zongyan. Then, how do you explain the anomalies? Why is it do you know things you should not know? I don't have to explain anything to you. True. Anyway, after confirming the Heaven-Devourer Emperor died miserably after many people jumped him, I've already labeled you as his means of revival. And that is enough for me to remove your existence. Wang Wei punched with all the power of his main body. Boom! The area around Mo Xinjian twisted as 10 small vortexes that resembled black holes protected her by swallowing the force of that punch. She was intact. For leaf strength and a terrific control of the Devour Dao, commented Wang Wei. His attack was on the level of 6 leaf, yet Mo Xingyun still swallowed it despite the fact it should have been over her capacity limit. And the reason for that is she has an unmatched speed for swallowing and refining anything she devoured. Her ability would be nothing even Wang Wei could do, even if he had cultivated the law of devouring. Should I be delighted for your appraisal? You should. However, I'm somewhat disappointed. Oh, and why is that? I can't sense the power of 9 Extremity Foundation from you. That's not something anyone can achieve. True. But you're the Heaven Devourer Emperor. I am not. With your understanding of existence, you should have used the unorthodox way. Your words literally prove that I'm not the Heaven Devourer Emperor, rebutted Mo Xingyun, trying to think of ways to get out of the situation. She pondered ways of escaping and surviving this encounter. No, I'm missing something, replied Wang Wei as if he was thinking out loud. One of the fastest ways for an emperor to revive themselves is to possess someone related to them by bloodline, since family is a perfect vessel for their powers and Tao. However, the order of heaven and earth would not allow you guys to simply participate in the heaven will battle and use your power to win. There must be restrictions, one of which is that you can only rely on the power and talent of the people you possess. You can use your knowledge and experience to make Mo Xingyun's body as strong as she currently is. But you cannot use your understanding of existence to use the unorthodox method of 9 extremity. She could only achieve 9 extremity if she had the talent to comprehend existence. Am I correct? Wang Wei's understanding of the world's order deepened. Heavenly Tao does not allow great emperors to abuse the heaven will battle system to cultivate, similar to the way the Five-Heart Emperor did. However, the latter will, in turn, ignore them if they use this method to revive themselves. Of course, Wang Wei did not believe all emperors could use this method, and there might be a price to pay. Otherwise, too many dead emperors would try this method to revive themselves instead of waiting for countless Yuan epochs. As I said, I'm not my ancestor. I've only received some inheritance from him. Quick question, don't you have some form of body dysmorphia? After all, you were once a man. Mo Xingyun did not answer, and Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He gathered the power of all his incarnations and punched. Fate Annihilation Fist, the entire domain trembled before creating a massive spatial tear. However, Mo Xingyun was nowhere to be seen. What an ingenious technique, muttered Wang Wei. Mo Xingyun's Proving Tao artifact is unique as it is used mainly to store the overspilled power that her body cannot swallow or digest. She devoured his entire attack with this method before redirecting it to open a spatial passage. Mo Xingyun used his power to remove his blockade of the surrounding. She was fast, efficient, and displayed excellent battle IQ. Her extraordinary ability has further convinced him the Heaven Devourer Emperor possessed her body. Wang Wei left a clone to fix the damage he did to the spatial structure of this place. Meanwhile, his main body divined and calculated Mo Xingyun's whereabouts. After teleporting to her destination, he squinted his eyes, one of the forbidden lands, the swallowing zone. The power of time flashed in his eyes, and he saw her rushing inside less than a second ago. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before deciding against further pursuing. He was dealing with a possible eternal emperor, even if it was severely restricted. Not to mention, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was a Tao Lord, which indicated his intelligence and cunningness. And taking into account the environmental advantage, Wang Wei was not stupid enough to fight Mo Xingyun in a place full of devouring power. After pondering about it for a while, he left. He was satisfied with removing Sun Jiaolong as a threat. As for Mo Xingyun, he placed her at the top of the list of people to be on the lookout for at all times. Inside the swallowing zone, Mo Xingyun waited for a few minutes. Not taking the bait, she muttered with slight regret. She knew this place like the back of her hand and had laid out killing methods all over this place capable of dealing with third-class emperors. Mo Xingyun gazed toward the center, still longing for what was there. She took a deep breath to calm down and rearrange her plan. If I want to prove the Tao again, I need a method to deal with these 9 extremity people. Her mind raced, thinking about the different possibilities. I need a powerful magical weapon on par with them. Heavenly Tao had strict rules on using foreign aid for the heaven will battle. For example, participants could not use a Tao ancestor-level puppet to compete or a talisman on that level. Mo Xingyun knew that in the beginning Emperor era, Heaven Chosens could not even use Emperor weapons in their battles in the beginning Emperor era. However, she also knew a loophole to this rule: she could use foreign as long as she refined it herself. For example, if a weapon refiner created an immortal weapon, they can use the weapon during their heaven will battle. And that was exactly her plan. Mo Xingyun began to use the surrounding formation to gather and condense the power of Devour in the area. She planned to create a weapon on par with 5 Root Dao Ancestor before using it at an opportune time when both Di Tian and Wang Wei were at their weakest. And her alliance is to have enough cannon fodder to weaken these two or as sacrifice when needed. Wang Wei returned to the sect. He wanted to hunt down many of the new heaven chosens that had recently risen since he suspected many were spies of the upper dimension. Regrettably, these people had excellent methods of hiding themselves from divination, preventing him from rooting out the traitors from the innocent. And he could not mindlessly slaughter them until he found the traitors, since that would affect his Era Sun title. Of course, he would not give up so easily. Since he could not divine their identity, he would use his intelligence network to find who he was looking for. He contacted Wang Ju as soon as he returned home to get information from her. "How is it? Did you identify anyone?" "Yes and no. We have identified a few people who we could label as small fish," she explained. "As for the truly important individuals, we only have one suspect." She showed him a picture using an image talisman. It was a picture of a young man with dark eyes with no pupils or iris and a flame mark on his forehead. Yu Zhu, a member of the soul race. The corpse-selling sect. The soul race was one of the minority races of the Myriad Emperor world, with their population barely enough to classify them as a medium-sized races. As for their overall power, they only had 2 great emperors. Regrettably, one event forced their race to live in seclusion in a small world forever. Their second emperor, Multiple Face Emperor, had the ambition to use her race's natural ability to possess people to enact a grand plan. The Multiple Face Emperor wanted to divide her soul into an infinite number and possessed every living being in the Myriad Emperor world, turning into an aggravated mass of souls or a hive mind. Unfortunately for her, she first targeted the 5 Elements Palace, where they were at their peak and the leader of Taoism. All 6 of their best insurgent besieged the Multiple Face Emperor, who was a peak first-class emperor. She lost the fight with her body destroyed. However, as an expert in Soul Dao, she escaped, and the soul race was forced to live in isolation, only showing up during the Heavenwell battle. Wang Wei knew, to this day, there were rumors that the Multiple Face Emperor did not leave but moved her plan to behind the scenes. She wanted to be more secretive and not so direct. The events of the soul race were one of the few exciting things that occurred during the new beginning emperor, along with the rapid rise of the academy. That battle severely impacted the 5-element palace, leading to the direct confrontation with the profound Tai Gate. Not long afterward, they cultivated their 7th emperor and won the confrontation. Then, they forced the 5-element palace to leave the central continent. Wang Wei stopped his words as he sensed something. He looked outside and saw an enormous dragon covering the sky and wailing before dispersing into trillions of motes of light. A sense of sadness and loss suddenly enveloped the entire world. They mourned the passing of a great man. The mortals did not know what was happening, but the cultivators did. A heaven chosen had perished. They quickly calculated who it was and learned it was from the Great Wu dynasty, Sun Jiaolong. And, of course, they wanted to know who did it. No answer. No one could divine information about Wang Wei unless they were at least a 3rd-class insurgent. Nevertheless, he knew people would find out it was him since he was not exactly careful about hiding his whereabouts. The Great Wu dynasty definitely already knew since it had been 6 months since their genius died, and they would instantly know after his soul lamp was extinguished. And any intelligent person can deduce that only the heiress Sun could delay the announcement of a heaven-chosen's death. After Sun Jialong's funeral, Wang Wei proceeded with his life. What is so special about this person? Recently, the corpse-selling sex business has been booming. Many people want good corpses to possess in the hope of being lucky and increasing their talent, explained Wang Ju. Body possession has some advantages that many people want to take advantage of. For example, some races are naturally gifted. By possessing them, an individual will get rid of the shackles of their talents and achieve wonders in the cultivation journey. The only problem is ensuring the soul fits perfectly with the body. Cultivators require many techniques, arrays, and resources for the process. And there is a limit to the number of times someone can exchange body based on their cultivation. Most cultivators, even someone as naturally talented as Wang Wei, can only have between a 95 to 99% fit with any bodies they possess. But the soul race does not have any of these issues. However, Yuzhu asked for a very specific body. The requirements were so stringent that the corpse-selling sect had to contact its other branches to get it for him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. The corpse-selling sect can be considered one of the most powerful factions of the Endless Void. And they most likely hold the first position. There are branches scattered in every heavenward world, and many have one or more great emperors. Their sect operated as if it was a business or corporation, focused only on selling corpses. They rarely provoke or clash with anyone. They are the epitome of low-key development. However, Wang Wei saw them as a threat, especially after coming in contact with other heavenward worlds and learning how far this sect has spread its fangs. Just the amount of chi luck this faction has is unfathomable. And according to his prediction, their factions have more branches under different names, dormant in case something happens and they need to hide or start over. The founder of the corpse-selling corpse is something, thought Wang Wei. According to his predictions, with how they operated, the corpse-selling sect won't be much trouble for his plan. On the contrary, they might be the perfect partners. However, he wanted the luck of their factions for himself. The problem was their founder. He did know who it was yet, but whoever it was must have been a brilliant man. What Wang Wei worries about is this person is now one of the paragons in limbo, and he will one day use his sect's chi luck to revive. And if he dips his greedy finger into the latter's food, he might create an enemy for himself, an enemy who was possibly on par with his ancestor. Do you have any information about Yuzhu from when he was in the soul race's small world? Yes, replied Wang Zhu before giving him the sleeper's information, and Wang Wei frowned. He suspected Yuzhu was a spy from the upper dimension. However, his life had no anomalies. There was no sudden change in demeanor, behavior, sudden strength gain, or anything odd. Yuzhu was one of the many geniuses of the soul race. And after defeating the others, he received the support of the entire race to cultivate for this generation's heavenward battle. If Yuzhu is a spy, then it can mean two things. The method used by the upper dimension is not something we can detect. Secondly, they have been infiltrating the myriad emperor world since the beginning of this generation, commented Wang Wei. Do we have any other evidence to suggest he is a spy and not just from our world? Yes. It's the flame mark on his forehead. What does this have to do with anything? This kind of mark could be a fashion sense or an indication that Yuzhu cultivated a powerful flame technique. From the records, we discovered that someone used to have a similar mark in his youth, the undead Phoenix Emperor. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He told the Fate's Shadow Guard to be on the lookout for any information related to Undead Phoenix Emperor and the Disaster Emperor since they had a connection to the Myriad Emperor world. Keep a lookout for Yuzhu. Even though he only received the Undead Phoenix's inheritance, he is suspicious. Send a few people to test his ability. As you wish. What about the corpse-selling sect? We should have people in high positions, right? Yes. Can they also infiltrate the other branches? Not very likely. Contact with the other branches has strict requirements. What about the Fate's Shadow Guard branches I've instructed you to create? Thanks to your help, the initial development is going well. But, without the sleepers, it's almost impossible to infiltrate the high levels of so many factions without being detected. Indeed. With his Spirit Flower's ability, Wang Wei helped the Fate's Shadow Guard spread in other heavenward worlds. However, if he wants things to be in the Myriad Emperor realm, with spies in high positions in every sect, it's not possible in a short time, especially since there are no sleepers for him to take over. Alright. Continue monitoring laying low in the corpse-selling sect. Place them as a priority when it comes to news. As you wish. I have a few important things to do before I go into retreat. I will take this time for us to go through the ceremony for you to officially become my shadow. Wang Zhu's eyes lit up in excitement. She bowed to him before excusing herself to attend to her duty. Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his sect master to send a request to the ancestor. He needed to do something crucial that required their help. And only after succeeding will he be able to sleep soundly. Then, he rushed home to see his wife. Wu Hong looked at him with a side eye. Your footsteps indicate you are not excited to see me but want something from me. I just want to ask something. So, I was right. Wanting and asking are two different things. Semantic. What do you want to know? If you're asking about the Heaven Devourer Emperor, I never interacted with the man, so I know very little. No. I want to know about the founder of the corpse-selling sect. Wu Hong frowned deeply after hearing the question. Death Reverence, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Druex for the gift. You're asking about Death Reverence? Is that his name? Commented Wang Wei. The corpse-selling sect's founder was a mystery because no one knows where the original sect started. Two branches claim to be the main one and where the founder originated, from the soul sublimation world and the underworld Een world. The corpse-selling sect in both these heaven will world has cultivated 5 great emperors and is the branch with the highest number. Do you want to deal with the corpse-selling sect? Asked Wu Hong, somewhat worried. Yes. I feel their faction's chi luck is worth the trouble. But I want to know your opinion. I don't know. What do you mean? I'm somewhat conflicted, reiterated Wu Hong. Part of me wants you to deal with them as this might be the only chance. However, I also don't want you to have anything to do with Death Reverence, especially early in your cultivation journey. So, who is this person that even makes you hesitate? Death Reverence was a boundless paragon on par with me and your ancestor. He played a significant role in all major events. However, we did not like him since we were always wary of him. Wary of what? Of his ambitions, ideals, goals, stated Wu Hong. When he was young, he became obsessed with death. He believed death was a beautiful thing that all things in existence should experience. That's dangerous. Yes, with his unparalleled talent, it was a recipe for disaster. So, what exactly did he do? We originally thought he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the endless void to gather more luck and stuff. However, something he did during the Second War of Origin made us realize his real intention. Wu Hong paused to recollect, and Wang Wei became intrigued. There was this one particular source chaos world that was troublesome to conquer. Some unknown power isolated it, and we could not directly descend. We infiltrated it by sending clones, hoping for them to cultivate and rise to the top before taking it down from the inside. Unfortunately, this method failed until Death Reverence showed up. The main issue with this source chaos world was that our clones would be discovered and destroyed when we tried to break the Empyrean realm. Was it different for Death Reverence? Asked Wang Wei. A little. After proving the Tao, he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the all-savant world while his clone hid and did not continue to cultivate. After countless Yuan epochs, once it had spread in every corner of the world, he gathered the power of all the sects to instantly return to the Paragon realm. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. We thought we had finally succeeded. But that's when he showed his fang. The corpse-selling sects were some sort of ceremony where he turned the entire all-savant world into a world of death, killing all sentient beings, no matter the realm. Wang Wei had a severe look on his face. Why would he do that since it would reveal his plans for the eternal ascension world? We don't know exactly. The best guess we had was something precious was inside the all-savant world. The very thing probably responsible for preventing us from entering and restricting our development. Wang Wei caressed his temple as he felt things were more complicated than he previously thought. He was only greedy for their sect's chi luck. He did not expect to be dealing with a powerful secret boss. What happened next? We did not hesitate to besiege him. After all, we did not want our home to suffer the same fate. And he survived? Asked Wang Wei in shock. Yes. Not only that, he ran away with only severe injuries. She remembered that battle. Countless peak-boundless paragons tried their best to eliminate Death Reverence, but he still escaped. Later on, he even participated in the ultimate taboo after the all-savant world suddenly disappeared from the face of the universe. That's scary to think. In that case, what about the corpse-selling sect? Why didn't you guys remove them? We tried but failed because of too many restrictions. What do you mean? Great emperors cannot intervene whatsoever in the lower dimensions after the ascension. Empyreans can be sent a projection, but they can only attack if willing to receive punishment from heavenly Tao. And their attacks also have limits. Paragons can also send projections and attacks. But there is a limit and the level of the attack. We tried to eradicate the corpse-selling sect by sending projections. However, death reverence will always appear and expel us, resulting in us only capable of destroying a few branches that recover after some time. Things are not adding up, said Wang Wei. How is this man so capable? That's the odd thing about him. After turning on him, we realized many of his methods were odd and had this incongruence or incompatibility to them. Moreover, in addition to his hiding ability, he was a master of the order and disorder Tao. What do you mean? He knew how to bend the rules of heavenly Tao to his advantage, explained Wu Hong. For example, the model of spreading to other world communities was not invented by the corpse-selling sect. Before the Null Era, this tactic was more common to ensure the spread of some factions and prevent them from destruction. However, true heavenly Taoist balance system activated and banned this method afterward. Any factions who tried this method were guaranteed to be schemed against, resulting in the destruction of the branches. Yet, the corpse-selling sect is intact. To this day, I do not know how he did it. Wang Wei sighed deeply, feeling things were too complicated. What about his homeworld? Is he from the soul's sublimation or underworld-ine world? Did you guys at least find something from there? None. In fact, no one truly knows the first branch since he made sure to erase it from his history. I even suspect he personally hides the first branch, completely isolating them from the outside. We also search his homeworld, the spirit central world. But we found nothing. I remember the spirit central world is a rare world dominated by the spirit race. Is death reverence one of them? Yes. To be exact, he is a tomb that gains sentience. Well, it fits with his name and motif, replied Wang Wei as he walked back and forth, pondering deeply. What about the two sons? Why don't they do anything about death reverence? Wu Hong suddenly realized something now that he had mentioned it. Both Maitreya and he know death reverence's weirdness and the potential danger he poses. However, since both his existence and history have not been erased, it means even those two could not find him. In that case, why haven't they eradicated the corpse-selling sect? That, I don't know, she replied, shaking her head. However, you don't have to worry about the death ceremony. Death reverence is the problem. Did you guys solve the ceremony problem? Yes. After failing to eradicate his sect, we left formations in the upper dimension to counter the ceremony. However, it would be ideal if the last worry was removed. She looked at him. What are you going to do? What do you think? With your plans, you will be in a unique position in the endless void. So, dealing with the corpse-selling sect should not be a problem. However, I don't want you to deal with death reverence so early. This man gives me a bad vibe. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Death reverence is talented, extremely powerful, cunning, and has many weird methods that even the two sons cannot detect, dealing with such an opponent at the current stage of his cultivation path. Of course, he had some advantages. But the cards were not stacked in his favor. Is he in limbo like the others? Yes. That's good news for me. However, it might not be enough. So, what are you going to do? I'll decide after proving the Tao. Too many things could happen from now until then, and Wang Wei wanted to watch the situation. As of now, he was leaning toward eradicating the corpse-selling sect. And it was not because of their chi luck but because his intuition told him that death reverence might be a problem for him in his later years of cultivation. And if he can damage him in any ways possible, he would take the opportunity. Simultaneously, he did not have to eradicate them now or doing himself. He could leave the means for others to do it and give the order after he ascends and reaches a certain cultivation level. It will all depend on the situation after proving the Tao. After chatting with Wu Hong and planning ahead, he went to check on his science and technology world while waiting for news from his ancestors. The assembly. Wang Wei watched everything in his surroundings. No longer existed the peaceful world full of tall and futuristic buildings. He could not see spaceships covering the sky like birds migrating. Instead, the sky had a dull gray color that gave the entire world a depressing atmosphere. He saw cracks in space scattered in different directions. Most places were devastated, including forests, mountains, rivers, and populated cities. There were only a few areas that looked like civilizations had begun anew. Genetics warriors are now rare, and the few powerful ones on par with void-shattering realm ruled over different sections of the world. Scientists were now the most valued individuals as fought over by various factions. However, they no longer had any power and were forced to focus only on research. They were basically under house arrest. Those attacks did a number on this world, muttered Wang Wei. The original science and technology world was only a middle thousand world. Although Wang Wei controlled the laws of heaven and earth and even expanded the world, at its essence, it was still a middle thousand world, making its spatial stability very fragile. When these two great emperors attacked with full force, they destroyed the world, killing more than 99% of its population. And in the 300 years Wang Wei was in retreat to cultivate, a new civilization sprouted out from the ashes of the old one. After checking the situation, he began to repair things. Using his spacetime law and fate law, he returned the world to its original state, including reviving the dead. The only problem was he could not save everybody. Many people died because of the great emperor's attack. And since these people were mortals, that attack eradicated their existence, and current Wang Wei could not do anything about that. However, he could still revive the people who died as a result of the world's destruction. He did try to save some people. Wang Wei tried using his past, present, future karma technique to save some people. He sent the news to one scientist in the past using a karma connection. He tasked the scientist to build a bunker for people's safety. Without heavenly Daos restrictions, he can use his powers to do many things. Although the scientist could not convince many people the world was about to end, he did convince some. Unfortunately, this method failed as these people who died at the Great Emperor's attack still died even if they survived in the bunkers. As Wang Wei watched these specific individuals erased from existence, he muttered. So, great emperors have some form of causal or temporal immunity to attacks, spells, and techniques below the mortal realm. By all logic, Wang Wei changed the past, and these people should have survived. But this was not the case. Helpless, he continued to return the world to its previous state. He returned society to its original order, but he had to deal with the lack of population. He tried to clone the people he could not revive. And as expected, the emperor's power did not allow these people to revive themselves in this manner. Helpless, he had to resort to create a large number of clones before modifying their faces. Luckily, there would be no problem in a short time because of the advanced genetic technology of this world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also passed laws to encourage birth growth. He even removed the memories of the catastrophe from most of the population to prevent mass hysteria, depression, and anxiety. Finally, he left the blood samples for Saint, Supreme, and Quasi-Emperor for the scientists to continue their research. After exiting the science and technology world, he was somewhat worried that Grand Dao would show up and waited for a few minutes before he could move. He sighed in relief while also wondering how powerful Hong Jun was even to protect him from Grand Dao. For the next few days, he waited for news from his ancestors while spending as much time as possible with his lovely wife. A week later, he received a summon and teleported to one of the sect's secret realms. "You are?" he asked, looking at the middle-aged man before him. He had a peaceful aura that indicated he was a very stable person. Maybe too stable. Origin 1. "You can call me Sir Origin." Wang Wei cupped his hand to salute, but Origin 1 stopped him. "You're the sect master. You don't need to salute any of us." Wang Wei nodded, knowing this was one of the sect's rules. "Is everything already prepared?" "I thought it would take longer," continued Wang Wei. "During Gu Xian's trial, we already had a semi-official alliance. So, it was simpler to gather everyone." "That's good." He nodded. can I ask you a question? Sure, but I might not answer. I've heard about the others. Sword One, Desolate One, and so on. Do you all cultivate the same Tao as our emperors? Some of us do, but not all of us, Sword One replied. For example, I cultivate Thunder Tao. However, Qiyuan blessed me with many abilities from Origin Tao. And it's the same for the others who cultivate different Taos. That makes sense. So, it's just a title. You should understand that titles, or words in general, have power. That's true. Last question, the way you call the answer seems very intimate. Did you know him personally? Very astute, commented Origin One. He knew this kind was intelligent, but it was different when you interacted with him and noticed this trait. I was one of his elders back in the ancient Wang clan. I supported and protected him when others scorned him for his ideas and beliefs. I guess he would not be here today if not for you. Maybe, replied Origin One. Alright, let's begin the meeting. Wang Wei followed him to a room full of formations. After activating it, countless small screens appeared with people's faces. When Wang Wei showed up, everyone paid attention to him despite everyone present being an immortal tier powerhouse or accompanied by one. This was the political power of the sect master of the most powerful sect of the Myriad Emperor world and the son of an era title. Greetings, fellow Daoist, began Wang Wei calmly, not nervous despite facing representatives of most of the emperor's lineages of the world from all 5 continents. What is the reason for this meeting? Asked the Panlong race patriarch, who had an insurgent of his clan also accompanied. Typically, their sea race is left out of any conflict or interaction of the surface world. Do you know of the recent changes that occurred in the lower dimension? Asked Wang Wei, getting directly into the core of this meeting. Most of the mortal leaders did not know what he was talking about, but the immortal powerhouses were aware. This is why Wang Wei insisted on them attending. These powerhouses immediately filled in their sect masters or patriarchs of the situation, resulting in small cluster chatters in this meeting. Wang Wei did not interrupt and gave these people enough time to think and process the information. What does this have to do with this meeting? Asked the representative of the ancient clan, Hua Fenghuang's father. By now, you are aware that many other worlds see our rise as a threat, added Wang Wei. Without the interference of the upper dimension, many of these people will become more bold and direct in their actions. If they want a planar war, we are not afraid of them, commented Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa. This is not the main issue. If these worlds allied together, they could disturb our heaven will battle, added the representative from the 5-element palace. We should also consider the possibility of immortal sovereigns intervening, proposed Di Tian's father. Wang Wei nodded, as this was one of his main worries. He believed Heavenly Tao did not like the unstable factor of immortal sovereigns in the lower dimension. So, it schemed for their downfall, drastically reducing the number present. However, there should still be a few remaining. Aren't you guys worrying too much? Stated the Mo clan patriarch from the western continent. Nothing has happened yet. Wang Wei glanced at him. He decided to keep the news of the Heaven Devourer Emperor's possible resurrection a secret since he had no proof besides his theory. Even if revealed, there is nothing to gain as of yet. Have you people forgotten the forbidden zones, especially the Tao burial ground? Said Wang Wei. Without pressure and possible intervention from the upper dimension, who knows what these people will do? Indeed. The forbidden zones have become a liability for the Myriad Emperor world. In the current state of the world with no immortal sovereign, dealing with any eternal emperors is a recipe for disaster. What do you suggest we do? Asked Tan Zichen, the sect madam of the Eternal Dream sect. You must have some solution if you ask us here. Yes, replied Wang Wei. My solution is simple, we need to activate the Human Protection Array. Not just it, but the Demon and Sea Race Protection Array. And, you guys should be glad I don't feel like giving a cliffhanger. Good faith. The Human and Demon Protection Array is the primary reason the Myriad Emperor world did not entirely succumb to the Devil Race invasion. With its help, many eternal emperors died when trying to overthrow the balance of the world. With its service, the Academy could also exile the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The only downside was it would activate itself when the world was in danger, indicating it had a consciousness. However, with the human and demon destiny swords showing up, it could be actively activated and controlled. Your plan is good and all, said Panlong clan patriarch. But the sea race does not have a protection array. Patriarch Long, at this point in history, we all know that's a lie, rebutted Wang Wei. For your race to prosper, they must have a luck-condensing artifact. And one of your emperors should have calculated the benefit of a racial protection array. Even the spirit race with the smallest population definitely has those two things. Junior, you are calling me a liar, demanded the Panlong patriarch with a slightly raised voice. Junior, said Wang Wei with his usual calm demeanor. Since when did the cultivator world respect strength? Long Hai, I give your respect because of your status, not your strength. Veins appeared on Patriarch Long Hai's forehead. Not convinced? You can fight me and learn how many fingers I will use to destroy you and make you contemplate your existence. I guarantee if you survive more than one, your name will forever be entrenched in the annals of history. The meeting became quiet as many people, mostly the mortal representatives, suddenly realized something. The younger generation had surpassed them. Many heaven chosens in this generation are already true persons, meaning they are in the same realm. And even the ones who broke through after the path of supreme was no longer cut realized that their new realm didn't matter since these geniuses can still fight and defeat them. Excuse my patriarch for his outburst, said Panlong I, the Panlong race's insurgent. The sea race will partake in this endeavor and do its part. He decided to defuse this situation since things could go wrong for them. Unfortunately, he was a little too late. The sea race has always been suspicious. Everyone looked at the spoken person, and it was Qin Shen, a younger generation and recently appointed sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. What's the meaning of this? Asked Panlong I. From a historical perspective, your race has suffered the least in all the world's catastrophes. You stay isolated in your sea, out of reach with no trouble, he reiterated. That is far from the truth. The bald monks of the incense era hunted and forcefully converted our race. The devil race slaughtered us in large quantities when we refused to betray our home and join them. We lost many immortal sovereigns while fighting with the surface world. We also suffered. That may be true, but enough, declared Wang Wei. We are not here to compete on who suffered most throughout history. In fact, he agreed with Qin Shen that the sea race suffered less among all the races and factions of the world. He even started to suspect they might have an immortal sovereign still alive and present. If there were a faction that did, it would be them. Although Ancestor Wuching told him there were no more of them left in the myriad emperor world, he also was not 100% sure. Finally, Wang Wei has an inherent fear that something terrible exists deep at the bottom of the ocean. It stemmed from all the conspiracy theories he read back on Earth about Chitulu and the thing living deep in the sea. If a creature could survive in the sea of the myriad emperor world, he could not fathom how powerful or scary it would be. Since the sea race has agreed with our notion, we can continue with our assembly. That's good and all. But the demon race cannot do anything, said the Golden Lion chiefess. We do not have the demon destiny sword to activate the formation. The sword is in my hand, Wang Wei said calmly. And as a sign of good faith, I will hand it over to your race. The demon race representatives were immediately surprised. But before they could analyze the situation and give their thanks, someone objected. Sect Master Wang Wei, is this really a good idea? I agree. I think it would be best to place it in a secure place that all our factions can safely guard. I agree. Me as well. You humans only want to control the luck of our demon race. After what you people have done, do you blame us? And what about what you've done to us, argued the demon representatives. After billion years of suppression, you've killed more of our race than the Golden Ape Emperor ever could. Our actions are only to prevent history to repeat itself. You demons should be glad we did not exterminate your race from this world. All right, stop before things escalate, Wang Wei stated. In this kind of argument, his status as the perfect son of an era played its role. I need all of you to start thinking and see things on a much larger scale. to go beyond the scope of the myriad emperor world and take into account the entire endless void. Everyone listened to him, waiting for him to finish talking. If you analyze the information from Gu Xian's trial, it's easy to notice that too many geniuses that would be described as era-suppressing have appeared in the lower dimension. It's almost as if a glorious age has occurred in many world communities. And what is the role of a glorious age? To cultivate eternal emperors. Exactly. In this generation, there is a high chance that more than a dozen eternal emperors will appear from the 3,000 world community. You can imagine how complicated things would be if these people decided to give a devastating blow to the myriad emperor world and prevent our development. Wang Wei then looked at the demon race representative. I will be direct. Your demon race is a potential problem. Your resentment for the human race can easily be exploited, leading to your betrayal. We would never do this. The myriad emperor world is as much our home as it is yours, humans, argued the Golden Rock chief. Maybe so, but it does not change my statement, continued Wang Wei. Eradicating your race is one solution to this problem. But I would like to avoid the price suffered in the process. So, here is my solution to deal with this problem. I will hand the sword to you. And the Dao opening sect will begin doing business with the northern continent, using the fox race as a proxy. I hope to slowly mend our relationship with this method. He then looked at the others. I hope some of you can follow in our steps. Wang Wei needed to rally the entire world's power after proving the Dao. So, it was in his best interest to form alliances with all races. As for the Demon Destiny Sword, he will take it back later. By then, since he will also take the other races' swords, the demon race cannot complain. It will also help if they have cultivated a good relationship by then. The other participants pondered their next steps. An alliance with the demon race was not worth it. The northern continent was barren with few truly valuable resources, besides the demon race itself. Regarding the few rare resources they had, the emperor lineages could plunder or buy them at a meager price because of exploitation. Allying with them will be one-sided, with their factions having to help the demon race. Furthermore, many of these factions hated or had a prejudice against the demon race. Some of the immortal insurgent presence lived during the reign of the Golden Ape Emperor, making it even more challenging to ally with them. Nevertheless, they also understood they needed to remove their emotions from the equation, thinking about things from different angles. In what ways will the Dao opening sect benefit from an alliance with the demon race? Maybe not an increase in resources but an increase in influence and political power. After years of oppression, the demon race had no choice but to become a tight group by bonding, turning them into a powerful force considering all the different tribes. If the Dao opening sect allied with the demon race, it would give them too much political influence on the myriad emperor world. The Eternal Dreams sect will always support our ally, said sect Madame Tanzichan. The academy will also help our fellow demon race, commented Song Li. After him, many of the top emperor lineages, like the sword-casting villa, the Tai Profound Gate, and the Een Moon Palace, also agreed, just because they didn't want the Dao opening sect to increase its influence. Wang Wei nodded as if he did not care. These people had impure motives and would show up during their interaction with the demon race. Meanwhile, he was considering things from a higher point of view and genuinely wanted to cooperate with the demon race to ensure the success of his plans. On behalf of the demon race, we sincerely thank everyone present. The Golden Lion chiefess remained composed as she knew these people might be only words. She would not have any hope until she saw fundamental changes in the northern continent. Since we have come to an agreement, let's discuss the issue of resources, stated Wang Wei. Compromise, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to some City Chabs for the gift. I still think this is not a good idea. Everyone looked at the person who suddenly destroyed the momentum of this assembly, and it was an insurgent from the Origin Rune Palace. Our actions are based on the premise that other planes will attack or intervene in our world. But nothing has happened yet, so why the need to act, explained Formation 1. Everyone looked at him, wondering why he would disagree with something that was obviously beneficial to the entire world. Some people speculated it was something to do with the resource discussion since it would take an extremely high amount of resources to keep these formations activated until the heaven will battle. These people's speculations were correct. Formation 1 knew the Origin Rune Palace was in a precarious situation. As the founder of Array Dao in the Myriad Emperor world, they had a high status and respect. Unfortunately, it did not change the fact their sect only had 2 great emperors. So, regarding resource allocations, he feared being treated as one of the top emperor lineages with 5 or more emperors. Your objection means nothing since the majority has agreed, announced Wang Wei. The juniors in this generation seem to have massive egos, replied Formation 1. Wang Wei was calm while everyone watched with intrigue, waiting for his response. Do you want a beating? Asked Origin 1 with a fierce light in his eyes. If you do, I won't hesitate to break into your sect and give you. Formation 1 almost choked with anger after hearing this. He took a deep breath to calm down. Does your Dao opening sect want to use its power to force people? I've made a good point, and am sure some people feel the same way. It's not about using our power, rebutted Origin 1. It's about not giving the title of sect master of our sect any respect. So, watch your words and tone. Fine, I admit I went out of line, admitted Formation 1. But my point is valid, nothing has yet to occur, and we might be overreacting. It's fine if you don't want to participate, Wang Wei interjected. Your sect will not be included in the protection area of the formation. He then addressed everyone else. The same goes for all of you. If you don't want to participate, it's fine with me. As the holder of the Human Destiny Sword, I can activate the array only to protect the Dao opening sect when dangers arrive on our doorstep. That's not how the array works, rebutted Formation 1. It's connected to the luck of the human race and must protect us humans, not the Dao opening sect. He had lived through the rise of the Great Qin dynasty and the creation of the array. I can still make the Dao opening sect the array's center. Furthermore, I can use my title as a son of an era to convince Heavenly Dao and the array that anyone who voted against this assembly is detrimental to the safety of the human race and not worth its protection. Can the era son do this? No one knew for sure. A few appear throughout the world's history, but none were complete son of era, where Heavenly Dao gave them all destinies without any competition. It would be pointless for some of us not to participate. That would be counterproductive to our objectives, commented the 5 Elements Palace sect leader. If the array did not protect some factions, the foreign threats could use them to enter the Myriad Emperor world. Sect Master Wang Wei, you must have considered the issue of resources allocations, he continued asking. I have, replied Wang Wei before sending them a spreadsheet analyzing the resources each faction needs to pay to maintain the formation. The number is based on the amount of territory you occupied and the publicly available business or resource gathering spots that each of factions has. The number appeared a little high. As I said, it's only an estimate based on the resources you publicly display. If you consider the hidden ones, it's nothing much. No faction would publicly display all its wealth and resources. And taking into account that the burden will be shared with so many people, it is not much in the grand scheme of things. I only have some issues with the demon and sea race, continued Wang Wei. I know the demon don't have many resources despite having such large domains. So, the Dao opening sect will help you bear the burden until our cooperation bears fruit and you can stand on your own. We will gladly accept your aid, said the Golden Lion chiefess. And we promise to one day repay the Dao opening sect. That's fine. Wang Wei knew the demon race still had pride and accepted their promise of repaying him. Anyway, he would not refuse to get his money back. Furthermore, he understood he needed to give them a certain autonomy or dignity to ensure a proper alliance between the two factions. As for the sea race, it was hard for me to get a good overview of your finances. So, you might have to modify it amongst yourselves. The sleepers did not pay much attention to the sea race like everybody else. So, even after taking over their operation, Wang Wei was still lacking compared to the surface world. Wouldn't it be better for each race to be responsible for their arrays? Finally spoke the Tengshi matriarch. Indeed, agreed the representative from the Myriad Spirit Mountain, the most powerful spirit race faction of the Myriad Emperor world with 5 great emperors. They only had accepted members of the spirit race in their sect. The spirit race had the lowest population, and if they only paid for their race's array, it would be cheaper for them. So, they agreed with this statement. I've considered this. But if that were done, it would result in us humans paying too much and the demons not being able to pay at all. And what's wrong with that? Asked the Panlong Patriarch. To prevent resentment and inability for the assembly to succeed. So, the best method is to consider the cost of all the arrays. That way, we are paying for the other race's array, and we are paying for yours. It's all about compromise. Even after Wang Wei said these words, the meeting did not immediately end. A few factions began negotiating the price they needed to pay, resulting in more people arguing. Ultimately, the assembly took another month of ongoing discussion before everyone reached a satisfactory conclusion. Even then, the Sea race asked for more time to figure things out and deal with the issue of their arrays. However, they only had 2 weeks at Wang Wei's insistence and pressure from the human race. The Origin Rune Palace also had to pay more than they were willing. And the main reason was their sect often used their status to occupy resources that their overall strength should not be able to hold. The devil cultivators in the west tried to cause some problems during the negotiation. But the D clan placed their foot down and even threatened Emperor Dao War to eradicate and suppress as many of them as possible. Besides the Dao opening sect, their factions had the highest stake in this assembly. With D Tian, they had the highest chance of winning the Heaven Will battle in this generation and did not want anything to intervene. Finally, everything proceeded smoothly, and the assembly ended. Phew, exhaled Wang Wei out loud. You did a great job. You knew when to compromise, take a loss, and be firm. Basic diplomatic tactics. You are like Qiyuan when he was young. He always believes in talking first before using force. In fact, it was one of his flaws in his early years. Luckily, the Sword Empress and Battle Baniac were with him. They would act as his iron fist when he hesitated to take action. They seem like the perfect trio, commented Wang Wei. Indeed. Qiyuan can be too passive. Sword Empress was too aggressive, and Battle Maniac was the voice of reason, the perfect balance between the two, added Origin 1 as he reminisced on the past. I must warn you, said Origin 1 after regaining his bearing. I understand your plans require you to have some level of objectiveness and fairness for all races and factions. But you must remember you're from the Dao opening sect. I know. Plus, I only need to appear fair. But the sect will always be my main priority. As long as you understand. I know it might be annoying to be constantly nagged by us old man. But our wisdom and cautiousness are the most valuable things we have to offer. Wang Wei nodded, as he would never dismiss the advice of someone who has lived so much longer than him and experienced so many things. So, after briefly chatting and reassuring Origin 1, he contacted the demon race to finalize their cooperation. Immortal Mansion. Wang Wei activated the formation to open communication with the demon race on the Black Tortoise Northern Continent. Sect Master, when are you sending the sword? Asked the Black Tiger Chief, trying to control his voice and hide his worries. Right now, replied Wang Wei. He used his Sect Master token to control the sect's surrounding space before opening a tear in the void and sending the sword into the northern continent, close to the primary habitat of one of the main tribes. The demon race sensed these actions and sent someone to fetch the sword. They also had their few remaining insurgent to check and ensure nothing was wrong with it. Thank you, said the Golden Lion Chiefess with great sincerity. She honestly thought this process would be more difficult, and the Dao opening sect would delay the process as much as possible while levying the sword to benefit them and further exploit the demon race. And part of her believed the sword might not be returned, that the sect master was only saying these words for the sake of the assembly. I'm only fulfilling my part of the agreement, replied Wang Wei. Now, let's discuss the gritty detail of our alliance. The discussion took little time. The alliance mainly involved the demon race using the power or name of the Dao opening sect. When dealing or trading resources with other factions, they can use their name or influence to prevent others from exploiting them. They can use the name to prevent others from occupying rare resource mines on the northern continent, plundering it before leaving it barren. They can use the sect's name to prevent others from draining most of the spirit chi from the northern continent and even use some measures to alleviate the situation. The alliance's essence is to target the root of the demon's race decline, and to ensure their prosperity and establish good feelings with the demon race. Wang Wei even promised the sect would send powerful cultivators to help them reinforce these new changes, since he knew many factions would openly agree while sabotaging the alliance from the shadow. "I have to say I was surprised," Sect Master Wang Wei commented the chiefess. "It seems you genuinely want to ally with our race. The prosperity of the demon race will benefit the entire world. Once he returns the environment to its innate chi space, the demons will have a resurgence because many of them have some innate lifeform's bloodline mixed with their lineage. And by absorbing innate chi, these demons will have a higher chance of activating these hidden bloodlines. One of his objectives is to ensure some level of peace and harmony between the races and factions. If you don't mind, I have a request," said the Golden Lion chiefess, making Wang Wei frown slightly. "Do say." "We would like control of the demon school Chi Luck. Over the past 10,000 years, she has witnessed the benefit and horror of the school. The humans continue to preach to animals to awaken their intelligence and become low-level demons or demonic beasts. This act resulted in many factions increasing their military power through a large army of demons. However, this was only the beginning. These factions forced these low-level demons to fight and consume each other as cultivation. That way, they did not have to use too many resources to cultivate an individual demon. The increase in demonic population in the other 4 continents has drastically boosted all professions in the world. Demonic beasts' bodies are one of the primary ingredients for many pills, arrays, weapons, and talismans. Talismans benefited the most since they required papers with spiritual chi to engrave runes, and demon race skins were the perfect materials. The herd-raising valley's business took a big hit as they lost overwhelming control of the demonic beast market. Most factions do not have to rely on their services since they can use their school to raise and educate demonic beasts, ensuring their loyalty. "No," replied Wang Wei, his tone very firm. "Just like the academy control the concept of academy for your demon race, our sect must also control all aspects, including other races like the sea race." Wang Wei never liked that each race could create its own school concept by copying his idea. He felt Heavenly Dao should change the order of the world to prevent copyright infringement. As such, after creating the idea, he also followed so for all the other races to ensure their sect had sole control of the luck. "I figure as much," replied the Golden Lion chiefess. "In that case, how about returning the Fox clan to us?" Wang Wei did not immediately answer as he pondered. The Nine-Tail Fox clan has been on his mind lately. Once his plans are accomplished, the Wang, Li, and Yan clans will increase their number of emperors, thus shifting the already tilted power dynamic of the sect. So, he wanted to find a way to make up the power of the sectarian side. His first plan was to introduce the Fox clan into their factions. The two together would increase their chances of cultivating great emperors. However, he feared once the Fox clan had cultivated an emperor, they would become the 4th faction of the sect instead of supporting the sectarian section. Their racial identity made it easy for this possibility. 3 factions controlling the sect is fine since they can use the majority to decide significant events. But a 4th will result in complications if they cannot decide on a majority. "I understand why you want their return," added Wang Wei. "Emperor bloodlines are very important to the demon race. After a great emperor prove the Tao, their entire race's bloodline will also benefit. It is the same for humans, but it is not as apparent for them because the benefit of great emperors manifests more in the luck of their sects or clans. However, the current situation is the result of your poor management. If you want them to return, communicate with the Fox matriarch and convince her." The chiefess sighed as she knew this was unlikely to succeed. Their tribe treated the Fox clan poorly, to the point they saw no choice but to defect to the human race. "I will try." Wang Wei nodded but did not continue the topic. After signing the alliance agreement, he ended the conversation. "Have you decided what to do with the Fox clan?" asked Origin 1. "No, but am leaning toward making them die-hard allies like the Eternal Dream sect." Are you not worried they would return to the demon race? I know they will return. But only after cultivating a great emperor. Before them, we only need to support them to the best of our capabilities. And generations later, we will have a solid ally when they succeed. It's good you are thinking long-term. Origin 1 knew it was rare for young people like Wang Wei, who only has lived about 100,000 years, to consider things in terms of generations. I suddenly remember, did we ever find someone to cultivate the dragon's sovereign qi? Yes. Was it another immortal venerable? No, it was one of the sealed quasi-emperor. He fit perfectly with the qi. Can mortal refine immortal qi on their own? Is there a difference between an immortal doing it or even with a great emperor's help? Yes, replied Origin 1. The core issue is the immortal mansion. Immortal venerables require it to produce more qi by converting it from outside energy sources like spiritual qi. The problem with mortals refining immortal qi is that they usually have to rely on a single string to create their immortal mansion, a process that requires a ton of time. Then, they must consider whether their bodies are strong enough to bear the power of the immortal mansion or whether their soul is strong enough to control it. After all of these issues, they have to survive immortal tribulations, explained Origin 1, who paused to gather his thoughts. If an immortal venerable refine a new qi, they only need to fine-tune their immortal mansion to adapt to the new qi and ensure they understand it enough to control. As for great emperors, they can refine the immortal mansion that is best suited for someone, ensuring a higher success rate of quality, which dictates the leaf strength of immortal venerables. Wang Wei understood his meaning. The higher the purity of a qi, the higher the leaf strength of the immortal venerable. In other words, immortal mansions refined by great emperors granted cultivators a higher chance of becoming a 9-leaf immortal venerable. Is there any way to accelerate the process? Wang Wei asked. Yes. We can use immortal, Tao, and even innate resources to help create immortal mansions. So, that's the real purpose of innate resources. Correct. They are wasted when used on mortals. Innate resources can help increase qi, help with grand Tao source comprehension, and are overall better suited for immortal tier powerhouses to use. Wang Wei agreed with this statement. Innate and chaos treasures are popular amongst heaven chosens because they can better boost their strength than emperor treasures, which are difficult to use. He said goodbye to Origin 1 before leaving. Li Jun and Liling is back. I'll go see them. Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Demon Race Tribal Alliance. After the meeting, the chiefs and chieftess looked at someone that did not show up but witnessed everything. Nevertheless, everyone present seems to have a sense of awe and reverence for him. What do you think? AO Shen, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to SimCity Chabs for the gift. He's planning something, replied AO Shen. And it's something major, something that will take into account the entire world. Heavenly Tao has some hint of what it is, and it approves of his actions. That would explain why he was chosen as a complete son of Era. But what roles does our demon race plays in his plan? I don't know. But it seems to require harmony between races, continued Ao Shen. In that case, how do we treat the alliance? Asked the Golden Lion Chieftess. Ao Shen did not immediately answer, pondering about his race's future. The time spent in the martial hegemony world has benefited him immensely. Upon arrival, he had to learn to hide and become quite good at it. But eventually, his identity was revealed, and he was forced to run away. While constantly running away and surviving, Ao Shen became more powerful, cunning, calm, cautious, analytical, and ruthless. These traits allowed him to survive along with the good faith of one emperor lineage that shielded him without asking for anything in return. He also received countless fortunate encounters. So far, the alliance appears to be favorable to us. However, you have to make sure to alleviate the resentment of some of our members. Ao Shen knew many tribes would not accept humans' aid. After billions of years of suffering, many clan members want nothing but revenge. They want to dominate the myriad emperor world and make the other races suffer the same fate. In his early years, Ao Shen felt the same as these people. But as he grew up and learned more about the world's truth, he understood how difficult this task was. Only an eternal emperor on par with Empress Wu and the absolute beginning emperor could achieve the goal of these demon races. However, there are other problems to consider. If he overthrew the human race as the protagonist of the myriad emperor world, the founders of the most powerful factions might intervene. Ao Shen learned the true foundations of these sects are the people who have ascended and achieved higher realms in the upper dimension. These people would never allow the destruction of their factions or the enslavement of the human race. Ao Shen became depressed after figuring out this truth. And a few hundred years ago, when he learned about the closure of the lower dimension, he thought his plan might work. However, his cautious nature made him analyze things thoroughly and realize he would suffer the one suffering consequences if he annihilated the human race. These founders and previous emperors would never allow him to survive in the upper dimension. And Ao Shen eliminated the possibility of hiding in the lower dimension since he wanted to continue his cultivation journey. After mulling over the situation, Ao Shen realized that he needed to change his primary objective and not let hatred cloud his judgment. After becoming an eternal emperor, his goal should be to lead the demon race to prosperity and rival the other factions. He needed to take this rare opportunity of an upcoming era to ensure that the demon race dominated that era. And after years of prosperity, the demon race can rejuvenate itself and become one of the most potent factions in this world. I'm worried about them, too, commented the Black Tiger chief. Hatred ran deep in many tribe members, and they could affect this alliance. I will talk and explain the situation to them, said Ao Shen. But if they cannot control themselves for the overall betterment of the demon race, we will eradicate them. Is this necessary? I've already explained the entire situation to all of you. So, you should understand that hatred is detrimental to our future. We do understand. But you cannot expect many of us to suddenly forgive the humans. I don't expect you to. I just want you to be able to control your hatred and not let it affect the general situation, explained Ao Shen. Our demon race is so close to liberation. I don't want anything to affect us, especially our own kind. You're right. I will try to appease them, said the Golden Lion chiefess. Good. What about the cultivation technique I gave you? How are things proceeding? Not very good. Our race is not very good at adapting to new things. Ao Shen frowned. One of the main reasons the demon race has become so weak is that humans exploited this weakness. They destroyed most of the race's knowledge and cultivation techniques. Most demons have to rely purely on absorbing spiritual qi to nourish their bloodline. That's all many people use for their cultivation. The cultivation method is so basic and rudimentary. Emperor bloodline tribes can use this method to reach the quasi-emperor realm. However, cultivation is extremely difficult for other tribes with lesser bloodlines. Ao Shen knew the demon race's inheritance was not completely gone. Tribes like Golden Lion, Black Tiger, Golden Rock, and others have some inheritance remaining. These inheritances included ways to temper bloodlines and techniques that allowed them to use their bloodline to create domain or blood dharma. Using these inheritances, years of trials and errors, and a touch of fortune, they finally had one bloodline achieve atavism, resulting in the creation of Ao Shen, an innate dragon. Unfortunately, these tribes are adamant about keeping their inheritance amongst themselves and don't want to share it for the demon race's advancement and prosperity. Ao Shen concluded the tribal system itself was one of the reasons for the demon race's current decline. So, he wanted to change things. He created a new cultivation system after analyzing the martial hegemony world's martial arts system, the origin system, and the bloodline inheritance he received from his innate dragon bloodline. Ao Shen had his world views opened after experiencing life in another world community. He realized it was wrong for the demon race to rely too heavily on its bloodline. Because of the inherent designs and culture of the race, bloodline will inevitably be their primary form of cultivation. But they should not rely entirely on it. Ao Shen designed his cultivation method to involve the soul, Tao heart tempering, and law comprehension. Bloodlines have the natural ability to temper the body, but he optimized this ability based on his martial art understanding. He created a stage where the demon could fuse their laws into their bloodline to pass them down. Then, the next generation can use these laws to cast divine abilities and comprehend laws, but they cannot over-rely on them. They have to understand their own laws, fuse it with their bloodlines and repeat the process from one generation after another, ensuring the prosperity and development of every tribe. You need to be more active on this task, said Ao Shen with seriousness. If our demon race wants to rise, everyone has to work together and put in the effort. This cultivation system, although still flawed, will greatly benefit our race. It is a path of change or evolution. We will try to follow by example. The elders understood one of the core differences between humans and demons was their conservative nature and aversion to change. Humans, by nature, like to evolve and change. It's in their blood to evolve and adapt since it was the only way to survive in ancient times. However, after settling down and becoming the dominant race of this world, humans became conservative because of their culture and customs. By following their ancestors' words as if they were laws, they became conservative and less susceptible to change. The only time they will change is for their survival, for interest, but that's usually temporary, or when an authoritative figure, great emperor, sets a precedent for their entire race. Meanwhile, the demon race's conservatism is ingrained in their blood. They refuse to change the status quo. Even if a great emperor set a precedent for the race, the demon race might stop after a few generations if nothing is done. I need to see results before the heaven will battle, said Ao Shen in a severe tone. The spread of this cultivation system was vital to him for another reason besides the benefit of his race. During his journey, Ao Shen fused the marital hegemony world's martial arts system with the origin system, granting him the power of the D realm and almost dying in the process. Fascinated, he learned more about this power when encountering orthodox and unorthodox methods. Then, he thought of trying to see what would happen if he used both methods. He wanted to know what would happen if he created and spread a cultivation system to the demon race and had a clone receive the benefit. Then, he would fuse it with his current body that already had D realm. Although this method might fail, it was worth trying, he thought before dismissing everybody and returning to his cultivation seclusion. Ao Shen took out a golden light of merit that floated in his palm. Hopefully, this is enough for the heaven path tribulation, he muttered. Heaven path tribulation. Ao Shen was a careful man since he had to. As such, he was unwilling to lay all his eggs in one basket. He had to plan for the possibility of failing to prove the Tao, leaving himself a way out. By searching through his innate bloodline, he found the answer, the heaven path tribulation. Innate lifeforms are very hierarchical. Often, the rank in which they are born determines their status. A dragon born with the power of Saint Realm will have a higher position than one taken with the void-shattering realm. However, they can still cultivate and improve. Moreover, innate lifeforms had to evolve and change to survive against acquired lifeforms during the ancient war. And the main reason for their strength was the heaven path tribulation, which allowed Tier 9 innate lifeforms to enter Tier 10, on par with great emperors. After the tribulations, true heavenly Tao will bless their innate laws, allowing them to compete with the great emperor's grand Tao source. The Tier 10 innate lifeforms are called primarchs and are divided into 6 stars. The first star is equivalent to Immortal Venerable, the second star equals Tao Ancestors, the 3 stars were on par with third-class Great Emperors, and the 6 stars equal Eternal Emperors. The appearance of the Heaven Path Tribulation provided innate lifeforms the advantage in the war, but it was only a brief one. With their ingenuity, humans quickly discovered that after transferring innate bloodlines into their bodies and developing them to the point of awakening innate laws, they could also undergo tribulation and become primarchs. The only downside was the tribulation was 100 to 1,000 times more difficult for them, but that did not stop many people. Ao Shen learned that Heavenly Tao would not prevent him from participating in the Heaven Will Bat because of his identity. However, if he wanted to participate in the tribulation after the battle, he needed to pay the price, hence why he gathered the merit. He plans to become a 6-star primarch if he fails to prove the Tao. Then, he will protect the demon race in the upcoming era. After a while, he will refine his body and power into a race-protecting treasure for the demon race before going into reincarnation and trying again. Ao Shen's ambition is to be an eternal emperor since it is the best path of cultivation. Once a primarch left their chaos world, they would be as weak a chicken before an emperor, unless they can turn their innate laws into primordial laws or cultivate a body on par with fiend gods. He did not want to spend his entire life limited by the chaos world, nor did he know how to transfer his innate law into primordial law. The best course of action is to walk the emperor path. Ocean placed the merit away, thinking about how he could gather more since he did not know whether it was enough. The demon race needs a better intelligence agency. He realized how little information he could gather with the current system, which was dangerous since he knew little about his competitors. Therefore, he decided to take this matter seriously and oversee the process himself. Central Continent, Emperor Enlightening Academy, Headmaster Song Li ended the conference call with a pondering look. Maybe, her decision is correct. His mind traveled 300 years ago, after the deception trial. Su Shi asked for a meeting with the Academy's upper echelons. I want to prove the Tao in another world community. No one responded to her because of the shock of this sudden news. Su Shi, do you know what you are saying? Asked Song Li after regaining his composure. Proving the Tao in another world will mean you are now a foreigner. Even if you leave your inheritance to the Academy, we won't receive any luck or destiny. Su Shi was aware of the consequences since her actions were frowned upon. After becoming an emperor, even if she left her artifact, scripture, array, and other resources for the sect, she would technically not count as the Academy's emperor since they would receive no luck or destiny. Even if she preached the Tao in the myriad emperor world, there would be no benefit since she is a foreign emperor. I understand the consequences, she explained. But after the trial, I realized my chances of winning the final battle were slim. And I cannot afford to lose. The elders were quiet as they knew about the trial. They were once excited about their heaven-chosen breaking the barrier between mortals and immortals. But then they soon learned that all the other participants from the myriad emperor world did the same. And Wang Wei even achieved 6-leaf strength, and there was the possibility this level was not the limit of his power. I am sure we can find another method, commented a teacher. Or, we can still wait for another generation. Many people favored Su Shi over Lin Fan because she inherited all his positive qualities, not the bad ones like his lust. The only issue they had was her obsession with reviving him. However, as long as she could rein it a little, it would be the perfect driving force without interfering with her cultivation. There is always another way, chimed another teacher. They did not want to lose the opportunity to become a sect with 2 eternal emperors. And with Su Shi's talent, she would definitely become an eternal emperor. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. My husband's existence was affected when he died, so he cannot wait too long before I can revive him. To reconstruct his existence, I need to become an eternal emperor in this generation. Song Li frowned as he knew that existence reconstruction was not something any eternal emperor could do. But that was not the main issue. You know, Heavenly Tao will not allow foreigners to access their world imprints. Every living being has an imprint based on the world they are born. It is that imprint that identifies them as citizens of a world. The identity token that allows foreigners to participate in another world's heaven will battle worked on the imprint. And sometimes, when reviving someone from the dead, the imprint is necessary, as in the case of Lin Fan. I'm fully aware. But I can find another method or make a deal with the myriad emperor world's emperor to help. No one said a word as they could see she had made up her mind. Her obsession with reviving Lin Fan had finally reached an uncontrollable point. A new era of change, prosperity, and conflict is coming, stated Su Shi calmly. It would be best if the Academy has a great emperor representing them in that era, especially if the final victor is from the Tao opening sect. She had a point. After the heaven-chosen trials ordeal, Wang Wei displayed no animosity toward the Academy besides the surface competition of the world's supposedly 2 most powerful factions. However, all that could be a mask. Give us some time to think about it, said Song Li, and Su Shi did not insist. After the conference, Song Li began to think her approach was correct. With recent events, it's apparent the Tao opening sect has grand plans for the upcoming era, most likely to be the leader. And if the Academy does not want to cease to exist, certain sacrifices must be made. Song Li knew he had a genuine reason to be worried. The birth of most emperors had relatively little effect on the top emperor lineages since they posed no threat to them. They only have to worry about pseudo-eternal emperors because the latter can use guerrilla tactics to slowly eat these factions before destroying them. However, eternal emperors are different. No single faction can face them in the current era with no immortal sovereign. If one wanted to destroy any factions, including the Dao opening sect, no one could stop them. After pondering for a moment, Song Li called for a meeting with the ancestors. He could not easily make such a decision and needed guidance. After a lengthy discussion, they concluded Su Shi's method was the best, despite the consequences. "What about the previous plan?" asked Song Li. "Should we continue? If it goes well, she will thank us. However, if it fails, it might result in her not even acknowledging us as her faction," replied Academy 1, the insurgent cultivated by Emperor Kong. The fact Su Shi became the Academy's heaven-chosen midway caused some trouble regarding her loyalty and belonging to the faction. Luckily, with Lin Fan as a medium, the Academy solved the problem. However, her recent decision has again caused some cracks in the relationship. And if this plan fails, the damages will be unrepairable. So, is it worth the risk? That's for you to decide. Song Li was speechless. He came here for guidance, not for him only to bear the burden of this choice. He exhaled out loud before being firmed. "Let's do it." He took out a talisman to contact someone. "Su Guan, you can do it." Learning experience. Su Guan sat in a room with his daughter, sweating all over his head and body. He took a cloth to wipe the sweat on his face before setting up the table. "You need to lose weight," commented Su Shi. "How can a cultivator be fat? That is a sign of prosperity." "Anyway, it does not affect my health or combat ability," rebutted Su Guan, and he was telling the truth. Unless by choice, preference, or a weird physique, most cultivators are fit because fat is considered an impurity of the body and will be dispelled through the process of cultivation. Nevertheless, some cultivators enjoy looking plump and choose this way as an aesthetic. "So, what brings you to see me?" asked Su Shi, deciding not to interfere in her father's choice. "Do I need a reason to come see my daughter?" "True." Su Guan nodded before taking out something from his space ring and handing it to her. She was surprised as she had never seen something like this, despite her wealth of knowledge. "What is it?" "Some kind of shoes. It's called a heel." About a month ago, the Dao opening sect began to sell this new and strange footwear. The popularity has reached the point that it's gotten to my radar. "They looked beautiful," praised Su Shi before trying them on. "Comfortable, too." "That's what all the women who tried it said," stated Su Guan. "According to our commerce's predictions, this industry will soon become another staple business for their sect." Su Guan sighed out loud. Why do these powerful sects keep getting richer? Shouldn't they have enough? They could leave some opportunity for us peasants to struggle. Su Shi ignored her father's complaints. The Association of Chamber of Commerce is one of the most wealthy factions of the myriad emperor world, ranking top 100. They have not gone up in the ranking because their most potent backing is a third-class strength insurgent. And the fact they can keep such considerable wealth without trouble is proof of their diplomatic abilities and the connection they've made with different factions. "Are you going to sell knockoffs of these shoes?" asked Su Shi. "If you are, you should be careful of the Dao opening sect's reaction. The original plan was to create a cheap knockoff and sell it in the black market through the unaffiliated business of the association," replied Su Guan before gritting his teeth. However, the plan hadn't even started before ending. "Did they warn you?" she asked, slightly surprised. When it comes to products such as this one that can be easily copied, most factions will ignore copies as long as they control the primary market. "They didn't have to," replied Su Guan, his pouting face somewhat made him adorable. Someone placed a powerful curse on the very concept of the heel. The knockoffs will spontaneously catch fire if someone else tries to sell it before self-destructing. This must be quite the unique curse, analyzed Su Shi. If they are willing to go such extreme for this product, then you shouldn't get into this business. I know this. I'm worried other people will begin using similar methods for other products. You don't have to worry much. How many people do you know can use such a curse? Even if any faction spent years cultivating a curse master, they might not reach that level, reassured Su Shi. She then took out the heels and admired how beautiful the design was. Then, she frowned. I know. Su Guan was aware of this. But he has a business intuition that this method of protecting discoveries or inventions will become more regular in the future. And if that's the case, the association's commerce will be significantly affected. Have you noticed? He asked. Yes. The material on these shoes is terrible. Even if I refined them and added more runes, they would only last a few decades. It's done on purpose. To sell more shoes, she instantly realized. Yes. They designed the products to last a specific time, forcing people to come back and buy more. Quite the ingenious tactic, elaborated Su Guan with glistening eyes. The shoes are even designed to self-destruct if someone tries to modify them. According to tests done by the association, only the best artifact refiners have the skills to temper with these shoes. However, the material used still limits them. Truly ingenious, muttered Su Shi as she knew who was responsible for this product and all these tactics. She has secretly infiltrated the Dao opening sex domain, and she was genuinely shocked by the experience. It was like a completely different place from the rest of the world. The mortal had created a civilization entirely based on puppetry and constructs. They were educated, healthy, well-fed, and generally happy. Cultivators and mortals lived together in harmony. Su Shi was greatly surprised by what she saw. The amount of luck the mortals could provide the Dao opening sect because of their excellent reputation was at least 5 times more than any other sect with the same population. After that visit, she returned to the sect to analyze the root of this vast difference. Su Shi discovered it was the result of the schools and constructs. After the schools stopped providing other factions with luck, they all stopped and ignored them. The same happened for the constructs. Once the benefits stopped, they returned to the old ways. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com but not the Dao opening sect. They persevered to the point of allowing the mortals to create another civilization besides cultivation, a civilization with them as the core. Immediately afterward, she used her power as the next headmaster to copy their model. However, Su Shi discovered the main thing preventing her from reaching the same success level as the Dao opening sect is the inability of the academy's students and teachers to look at mortals with equality. Wang Wei faced the same problem in the early development of the sex domain. But used his status to persevere, hence today's result. And this has been Su Shi's plan as well, but there hasn't been any result yet. But she now feared after leaving the academy, things would return to their original state. Enough business talk, said Su Guan. Let's enjoy our father-daughter time. He served her some unique tea he had recently received. Moments like this made me wish your mother was still here, sighed Su Guan. She would have been proud of your achievements. Maybe, replied Su Shi. Her mother died after giving birth, so one of her father's many concubines raised her. She did not know her mother, but the concubine treated her like her own. So, Su Shi never lacked motherly love since she always had a mother. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong, and before she could react, she fainted on the floor. And not long afterward, a bunch of teachers from the academy appeared in her room. She will be fine, right? Asked Su Guan. You don't have to worry, said Song Li. We will only place her in a powerful illusion where she can experience Lin Fan's life from a third-party perspective. Our objective is to see that although he loved her, it was not to the point where she needed to be obsessed with reviving him. Will it work? It depends on her, whether she is willing to accept this fact. Su Guan sighed as he was out of ideas. He tried to talk to her many times about this subject but would be rejected every time. And one time, he tried to involve her mother, and she almost stopped talking to him because of it. As a last result, he had to rely on the academy's extreme method. Shire, I'm sorry. But this is for your own good. Su Guan not only cared about the prospect of his family once his daughter proved the Dao, but he genuinely wanted her to be happy. And Lin Fan has become a roadblock to that happiness. Moon, ancient aristocratic clans. Feng Huang opened her eyes, and the power of innate laws emanated from her body. She sensed someone outside her room and controlled the formations to allow entry. Pa N, Dan 0 Vel. C0M, Father. How are things? Asked Huoru after saluting his daughter. I've awakened 3 innate laws, but the final fusion of all 5 bloodlines is not complete. Were there any issues with the primordial dragon's bloodline? No. I've absorbed his wood and thunder laws and fused them with my sovereign water law. The flame law? It was lost in the fusion process, Feng Huang replied with some regret. You should be satisfied with 2 out of 3. Have you awakened bloodline memories? Not yet. I'm waiting for the final fusion. It's good to be prudent. Hey Race, what happened in the assembly? Huoru handed her a talisman that summarized everything that had occurred. After reviewing the information, she frowned. Is this why he was chosen instead of me? Feng Huang felt Heavenly Tao should have granted her some destiny in this new era because of her desire to change the world for the better. Now, after reviewing the assembly, she understood the reason: her biases. She favored the ancient clan too much, and her methods would break the balance of the world. So, I should learn from him. Do not give the ancient clan too much power, at least on the surface. Learn to compromise and even lose for the sake of the entire world. Feng Huang squinted her eyes as she mulled over the future of her clan. Some changes needed to be made. Li Jun's encounter, Pan DN0VL, C.M. Origin Weapon Mountain, Qin ended the formation, deep in thought. The past few years have not been kind to him. He did not show up in the early stages of this glorious age, waiting for the opportune time. During his time in hiding, Qin was confident he was par with all the other heaven chosens. His competition with Tong Ruobing was proof of his prowess. Unfortunately, everything changed after she encountered a man named Wu Ming. Qin did not know what she got from him. But after that encounter, she easily surpassed him, frustrating him beyond words. And things worsened when he encountered heaven chosens like Wang Wei, Feng Heng, Feng Huang, and others. He realized these people were in a class of their own, and his rival, Tong Ruobing, was now part of this class. Qin's ambition has always been to create the most powerful artifact in history, surpassing the all-encompassing mirror that the refiner ancestor created. The mirror is, without a doubt, the most powerful artifact of the myriad emperor world, despite the refiner ancestor being only a pseudo-eternal emperor. Qin wanted to create the most powerful artifact of the lower dimension, surpassing all artifacts in the lower dimension. And without proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor, he could not accomplish his goal. After sighing in desolation, Qin took out a booklet from his space ring, a pondering look deep in his eyes. 200 years ago, he received a fortunate encounter that could change his life. It was the inheritance from a foreign heaven world named Mechanized Puppet World. He did not know this inheritance was in the Myriad Emperor world, nor did he care. The cultivation system of that world involved created a puppet that is empty inside, and the cultivators can enter to control. The puppets are essentially operated armors. That's the best way Qin could describe them. Qin did not care for the novelty of this system. In his eyes, these puppets were nothing but well-crafted magical artifacts used in another system. Furthermore, he could see the flaw in this system: reliance on foreign aid. The cultivators who controlled the puppets were naturally weak, having only cultivated their spiritual power to control the puppets better and have the ability to create and update them. In the later stages of this system, cultivators can create law puppets, but they still have to summon their puppets from their sea of consciousness when needed for battle. If someone is fast enough, they can take advantage of this flaw. This issue is solved only after the heaven will battle. After proving the Tao, the cultivator will inherit their puppet's power, while the artifacts will become something similar to a proving Tao artifact. A technique considered forbidden in the mechanized puppet world allowed the cultivators to fuse with their mechanized puppets permanently, to eliminate the boundaries between flesh and metal, human and puppet, to eliminate the boundaries of self and tool. The moment Qin read about this technique, he thought about fusing with an emperor tier puppet. Of course, reasons told him that was impossible, but he still could do it for an immortal tier 1. However, this technique had a high failure rate, and the consequence was worse than death. He previously rejected taking such risks. But now, as he watched his peers surpass him, as he sensed the upcoming era, he hesitated. Was the risk worth it? That's all he could think about. Chen spent the next few hours thinking to himself, asking not to be disturbed. Then, he gritted his teeth as he made a decision. Tell the elders I'm going to the refiner paradise world. Chen believed that he had a higher chance of success if he refined the immortal tier puppet himself. And only in places like the refiner paradise world, where refining masters can prove the Tao only based on their skills, would grant him the skill to achieve such a feat. People reacted differently to the assembly. However, one consensus that every participant agreed upon, a new era of strife was upon the world, and the son of an era had a plan for that era. After finishing the negotiations, Wang Wei headed to Li Jun's mountain to meet the latter. It has been a while since they talked and interacted. After serving tea, the three reminisced about what had happened to them. Nothing exciting occurred for a while, explained Li Jun. After receiving the talisman from the ancestor, I went into retreat, even using the time formation. You must have gotten quite the result, asked Wang Wei. Indeed. I realized how much ID underused my physique. As long as you learn. Liling, what about you? A lot occurred. I received the ancestor's talisman right after the automatic cauldron succeeded in producing heaven-grade pills. And with what I learned, Saint pills won't be a problem. That's good news, nodded Wang Wei. What about the acquired source rune physique I mentioned? I've succeeded, she replied before raising her hand, displaying as it turned into a hand made of runes. I've turned all the cells in my body into runes, as you suggested. But why do I feel you're not that excited? I am. It's just that pill refining talent also involved flame control, herbology, purification, and runes. This physique has drastically elevated the runes aspect but only slightly affected the others. For more chapters, please visit pan 0v.l.com. The most significant benefit Yan Liling received from this physique is her talent for the other professions has been elevated, granting her the skill required for the automatic cauldron. I'm more excited about your force control skill. It has helped me a lot in my refining methods. That's good. What about the D realm? I've also succeeded. I've refined my divine sea into a spiritual herb garden. Yan Liling waved her hand to show inside her divine sea, where she planted various spiritual herbs. Her origin essence will nourish the herbs while some will produce spiritual qi similar to Wang Wei qi flow divine ability. Although it is only the first stage, I'm satisfied, she concluded. Wang Wei nodded before looking at Li Jun. Nothing yet, he replied, slightly embarrassed. It seems your cultivation talent is lacking a little, commented Wang Wei, and Li Jun agreed. His battle talent is on par with the likes of Feng Heng and other heaven chosen that have broken the boundary of mortal and immortal. However, his talent for cultivation, as in going through realms and comprehension, was lacking to them. This might help, stated Wang Wei as he took 2 small purple orbs, 2 strings of chaos qi. Yes. After close to 100,000 years, I've condensed these 2 from innate qi, commented Wang Wei. After spending more than 90,000 years listening to his ancestors preaching, his qi flower ability produced these 2 strings. Have one of the insurgent ancestors wash your body and soul with these qis, it should increase your cultivation talent. Li Jun was not hypocritical by rejecting something that he truly desired, especially since it came from his brother, so he calmly accepted the offer. I may have another way to help you. But I don't know if it will work. What is it? Wait until I know if it will work, and I'll tell you. What's with all the mystery, complained Li Jun before sipping his tea. I just don't want to give you false hope. Whatever. He could wait. Before I forget, announced Wang Wei. Don't forget to lend your talisman to the ancestors, it might be helpful to them. We were just thinking this, added Yan Liling. We've learned so much from the ancestors and hoped the entire sect would benefit. I'm sure they will. Wang Wei suspected the ancestors left something for the sect's insurgents. And when he started dealing with Origin 1 instead of Sword 1, he confirmed his theory. "We also have something for you," said Li Jun before handing him a talisman containing a memory. Intrigued, Wang Wei activated it and saw a scene from a few days ago. Li Jun and Yan Liling were walking in a forest, traveling throughout the world while flirting with one another. The couple wanted to take this opportunity to have a vacation after spending so long not seeing each other. Then, out of nowhere, a flaming meteor came crashing from the sky, blocking their path. After the dust clouds blew out, a handsome young man dressed in flame-red robe appeared before them. He had soft skin, and a noble and elegant aura naturally emanated from him. However, deep in his eyes was a very well-hidden cunningness. "You're Li Jun and Yan Liling, correct? Wang Weiss guard dogs?" Li Jun calmly looked at him before answering with a smile. "We are." "And who might you be?" "Yang Guowei." "Am I supposed to know who that is?" continued Li Jun despite lying. He knew who this man was from the Fate Shadow Guards. "From the Yang family," added Yang Guowei, his eyes twitching slightly. "Oh, you're the cheater Nine Sons Emperor's offspring." Li Jun versus Yang Guowei. "Cheating," replied Yang Guowei with a sneer. "Anything goes for the final throne. It's not my father's fault your elders were stupid enough to fall for such a trick." "What did you say?" Yan Liling asked, triggered by this comment. "No one can badmouth her elders." Li Jun placed his hand on her shoulder, calming her nerves. He was also mad since the Nine-Son Emperor basically destroyed the Tao heart of his brother's grandfathers. "That heaven will was wasted on your father. Any of our elders could have become pseudo-eternals and even eternals. But your father barely became a first class. All I'm hearing are excuses from sore losers." "Okay, I don't want to waste time with you," countered Li Jun, "every second looking at your ugly face, I feel my lifespan rapidly shrink." Veins appeared on Yang Guowei's forehead. He had to admit this comeback was a good one. "What do you want?" continued Li Jun. "I want the deceiving heaven longevity art." "And what does it have to do with us?" Li Jun suddenly thought of something. "You want to kidnap us to blackmail Big Brother Wang Wei? I guess you're not as stupid as you look." "Interesting," commented Li Jun as he took out his spear. "I haven't had a good fight in a while." He did not hesitate to deploy his domain, turning the surrounding into a world of crimson red, the same as his hair. Meanwhile, Yan Liling flew out of the boundaries of this confrontation. "The same for me," replied Yang Guowei as he also deployed his domain, turning his surroundings into a world of white. Looking from above, these clashes looked like two circles, one red and the other white, clashing, trying to overwhelm the other. "Let's test the water first," thought Li Jun as he waved his spear. Then, an infinite number of weapons manifested in the sky: spears, swords, sabers, halberds, axes, bows, and others. Slaughter Dao includes weapon laws that are further divided into spear, sword, and saber laws on top of myriad other weapons. Yang Guowei calmly watched these infinite weapons descend upon him. He had no fear despite their powers to destroy countless middle thousand worlds. Numerous black circles appeared above him, and black holes came out from the circles. They easily swallowed the weapons. Then, the black holes turned into a black cloud that spread throughout Li Jun's domain, turning his side from red to black. "Darkness has contributed to numerous acts of slaughter," stated Li Jun as he quickly dispelled the power of darkness. "Before humans discovered fire, too many people died because of the species' inability to see in the dark. Countless military tactics involved using the darkness to commit acts of slaughter. So, darkness was one of the weapons of darkness." Li Jun placed the tip of his spear on the ground. The earth turned gray, the color of death. An army of dead soldiers, ghosts, and zombies rose from the soil. There were billions of dead, all ready to listen to their ruler's command. Li Jun took the battle maniac's advice and reforged his slaughter Dao. He included Yin law, judgment law, sovereign law, and a little bit of life and death, all in preparation for Wang Wei's plan. Of course, he only uses enough death law not to become an outlaw. As the Yin Legion rushed toward Yang Guowei, he activated the black holes to swallow them. Unfortunately, these soldiers were immune to the physical attacks of this black hole. And the devouring power of these black holes did not reach the conceptual level. Yang Guowei controlled the black circle to release a power associated with death and use it on the Legion. However, the attacks could only kill half the Legion, but Li Jun could also create an infinite number of the same amount that he could kill, making his attempt futile. So, he chose another tactic. The black circles turned red before releasing 9 suns. Then, pure yang flames emanated from each sun, evaporating the undead Legion into ashes. Black represents darkness and death and is also a color associated with black holes. Meanwhile, fire is always associated with the color red. A chromatic Dao analyzed Li Jun. He immediately could tell his opponent would be a versatile fighter since colors are associated with many things, some with physical things and others with concepts. Furthermore, colors are often associated with emotions, so Li Jun immediately prepared for this possibility. He used a new technique he learned called primordial spirit projection. Another illusory primordial spirit split from the one in his sea of consciousness. All spiritual attacks, including emotional control, will be directed at the projection, protecting the main one. Additionally, Li Jun can use this method to detect unnoticeable spiritual attacks like secretly affecting his emotions. As soon as he used this technique, he saw a slight red flash in the projection's eyes. Excitement? He wants me too excited and become careless? Analyzed Li Jun. Let's get serious. Death Judgment, a scale appeared in the sky with the words, life, and death, on each side. Then, it tilted to the death side. A brilliant golden light descended from the heavens, headed directly toward Yang Guowei with incredible speed. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Luckily, his white domain turned orange, representing slowness and drastically reducing the attack speed. In addition to the time spent destroying the red suns, Yang Guowei finally reduced the attack speed to a point where he could react. 2 circles appeared above his head. The first was green, representing the Earth's solid nature and defensive capabilities. The second was black and white, which generated a yin-yang shield. Yang Guo's measures defended against Li Jun's attack. However, his opponent did not give him time to breathe. He saw Li Jun rushing towards him with a tsunami of blood following him. He could hear the scream of the fallen from the blood ocean but quickly protected his mind with a color barrier. He used the color black, this time associated with space and the void, to teleport the blood river away from him. He tried doing the same with Li Jun, but the latter resisted. Yang Guowei had to defend against Li Jun's spear. So, at the last minute, he condensed his domain into a protective barrier before him. Boom! The clash made the surroundings tremble as the space broke apart. The trees flew away, mountains broke, and rivers dried up. Li Jun slid backward because of the shockwave. Meanwhile, Yang Guowei was perfectly intact. At least, that's how it appeared. Splash! Yang Guowei spat a mouth of blood, and his complexion became paler. What? I blocked that attack. Absolute control of the domain is one of the main requirements to enter the Supreme Realm. And not many people, including his peers, can condense it into a protective barrier right after entering the Saint Realm. As such, he should have blocked the attack. Yang Guowei immediately used the yellow color that represented plants to heal himself. Unfortunately, this method failed as he sensed his body rapidly become weaker. He tried the color gold, which represented light and also healing. It was the same result. He rapidly analyzed the situation before things reached a critical condition. What is the greatest cause of death throughout history? He muttered. Sickness. It was not cultivators, mortal strife, or the environment that caused the greatest death throughout history, sickness. Trillions upon trillions of mortals die every day because of disease. You figured it out, commented Li Jun. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, the 4 fundamental aspects of life. Yet, cultivators have removed this aspect from the equation. I think it was about time for that to change. 5 colors appeared before Yang Guowei as he continued to cough blood and get weaker. According to medicinal theory, sickness results from an imbalance of the 5 elements. So, he used them to cure himself, and this method had some effect. Nevertheless, he still felt a sense of weakness, and his origin essence operated slower than usual. I can't believe I have to use my full power on someone like Li Jun. Yang Guowei felt humiliated, but he had no choice. Suddenly, his eyes glanced in one direction before returning to normal. It was such a passing glance, so subtle that no one would notice he was looking somewhere else, thinking he was simply scanning his surroundings. Then, Yang Guowei took a talisman and disappeared, making Li Jun and Yan Liling frown. Wang Wei finished watching the fight through the talisman. What's your analysis on him? He appeared prideful because of his emperor offspring identity. However, I feel like this is nothing but a mask. Given who his father is, he is most likely as cunning as the latter. I would not be surprised if he tried a similar tactic as his father, commented Li Jun. He's definitely ruthless and willing to do anything for his goal, added Yan Liling. During the entire fight, I felt he kept an eye on me secretly. I think he was scheming on kidnapping me to get you to surrender. Really? I didn't notice this. Yan Liling was very sensitive because of the recent improvement of her soul and new physique. So, she felt his malice. The question is why he suddenly left the fight when he seemed prepared to go all out, questioned Wang Wei. He sensed something and looked outside. Li Jun and Yan Liling felt the same thing and observed the sky outside. There was a vision of golden clouds accompanied by the sound of the Tao, which covered the entire world. The group calculated the reason and learned someone in this generation had already broken into the Supreme Realm, surprising everyone. Most Heaven Chosens were still in the void-shattering realm, with a few entering the Saint Realm. But someone had become a true monarch out of nowhere. Wang Wei divined more information but only learned it was a sealed Heaven Chosen who cultivated. However, something blocked other details on the latter. While pondering on the person's identity and whether they had a purpose for cultivating so fast, Heavenly Tao suddenly sent a message to all cultivators in the world. And it involved this generation's cleanup. The cleanup. Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei. The cleanup is a generational event where cultivators of the Myriad Emperor world essentially go on a slaughter spree in the 9 Devil God world, culling the strength of the devil race. The purpose is to prevent any possibility of rising. Although it was a generational event, not everyone participated. And sometimes, only a few people do so, mainly loose cultivators, since it is an excellent opportunity to gather resources in another world. This event had the most significant after the Devil era. Back then, cultivators were full of hatred and animosity and took it out on the surviving race. In the next few generations after the end of the era, the devil race was almost extinct because of how much people hunted them down. Typically, the cleanup should not be important in this generation, nor did it warrant an announcement from Heavenly Tao. But this has changed today because the cleanup involved the Heaven Will battle. Heavenly Tao announced that participants needed an entry token to participate in this generation's Heaven Will battle. The exact date will be after a certain number of Heaven Chosen enter the Supreme Realm. And the permit will be acquired based on the number of devils killed during this generation's cleanup. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. The system of entry tokens is not new regarding Heaven Will battles. Most of the time, any individual can participate in the battle as long they are recognized citizens and do not have karma from the previous generation. However, Heavenly Tao sometimes uses the entry token system to weed out too many participants. There must be some anomaly with the 9 Devil God world for Heavenly Tao to use this method. Furthermore, the token system might have lasting ramifications in this generation's battle. Wang Wei took a talisman to contact Wang Ju. A few minutes later, a massive shadow appeared in the room he was in, and a book manifested from the shadow, landing in his hand. After quickly reading it, he handed it to Li Jun and Yan Liling. According to the Sleeper's archive, near the end of the New Emperor era, something similar occurred where Heavenly Tao used the entry token to cause severe damage to the 9 Devil Gods world. And it was because an unparalleled genius had appeared in their race that needed to be eradicated. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. The devil invasion has some connection to a true devil in the upper dimension. So, He is interested in the devil race and their history. He chatted with the two for a while and set up an elder meeting to discuss sect matters. Wang Wei then flew home to see Wu Hong. Are you coming to ask me about the true devil responsible for the devil race's actions? She asked while drinking tea. She was not reading but painting. Yes. I don't know much since he was dealt with by the time I ascended. And my memories are incomplete, she continued. The situation has always been weird to her for some reason, and it was not just because of her missing memories. All I know is that event inspired Qiyuan to begin the second battle of origin and the ultimate taboo. Speaking of which, what is this ultimate taboo? I can't say much since you're too weak. But I'm sure you've put 2 and 2 together and have a pretty close guess. He did have some guesses, but he felt he was missing a lot. However, he did not continue to ask. Speaking of taboos, have you experienced all of them? Which one is the most terrifying? There are a few that I've only heard about, she replied while continuing to paint and not focusing on him. As for the most terrifying? Well, there is some nuance to this answer. The ultimate taboo should have been the most terrifying. But since everyone failed and died, it reduced its significance. So, the title goes to the 6 Cardinals Tribunal. Most cultivators believe them to be only rumors or whispers, only during the ultimate taboo, that they confirm their existence and how terrifying they are. Even the current Maitreya and Supreme Unity are only slightly bigger ants before the 6 Cardinals. Wu Hong stopped her action and looked up at Wang Wei up and down. What is it? You're really a trouble magnet. What did I do? Do I have any connection with whatever taboo you were thinking about? Not yet, but you will if you want to be free from fate. Wang Wei groaned as he caressed his temples. His intuition told him she was correct. All right, let's not talk about these things. Wu Hong shrugged as she continued to paint and enjoy her tea. What are you going to do? Go into retreat? I have to undergo my Saint Realm tribulation and flesh tribulation. Then, I will go into retreat. Are you going to undergo mortal dust before entering the Supreme Realm? I am. That's good. It's always beneficial to temper the mind and heart when given a chance. Furthermore, when done correctly, mortal dust is a great way to deepen understanding OF's own Tao. Speaking of which, my parents should be back in a while. Wang Wei had a feeling they would be returning soon. Really? I miss father and mother. Me too. How about grandfather? Still in retreat? Yes. I've checked on him, and he's still dealing with his Tao heart, replied Wang Wei. Do you know any method to cure shattered Tao heart? In this chaos world, the answer is no, replied Wu Hong. The laws of this chaos world has placed great restrictions on resources dealing with Tao heart. Is it to weed out the elite and the weak-minded? Yes, but also to encourage cultivators to rely on themselves to deal with the issue. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. That's unfair, declared Wang Wei, who felt there should be a better way to deal with this issue. You're only feeling this way because it affects you. You don't have to expose my hypocrisy so blatantly. Wu Hong ignored his fake outcry. You don't have to worry about grandfather. Your plan to have him defeat 9 sons should work. Hope so, replied Wang Wei as he stood next to her, watching her masterpiece. He had nothing to do until a few days later when he had to activate the Human Protection Array and finish the Myriad Emperor World's protection. Sons, Yang Clan Estate, Yang Guowei was talking to a few elders when he sensed something. He dismissed everyone before activating the room's formation, showing the figure of a hidden figure cloud in darkness. What is it? He asked. How are things proceeding? It's only been a few days. The dark figure paused as they sensed something in Yang Guowei's tone. Are you still mad about the other day? No. You should know it would have been impossible to kidnap them without alerting Wang Wei. And since you know his strength, you should guess what your fate would have been. I know. The figure paused for a moment. Alright. Don't forget our agreement. He then disconnected the communication, and Yang Guowei squinted his eyes. Somewhere in the myriad emperor world, the dark figure ended the formation. He was a young man with green eyes. His face was handsome until an insect came from his ears and burrowed into his cheeks. And the figure behaved as if he felt or sensed nothing. This Yang Guowei is a snake. I cannot determine his motive and behavior pattern, he thought. Anyways, as long as his father is on our side, he should behave. He then activated the formation to contact 2 others. Yuzhu, how, I've told you not to call me by that name, parasite. Fine. Undead Flame, how is your situation? Not good. I think the Fate Shadow Guards have spotted me. So, soon. They knew they could not hide for long, but the longer they could, the better the situation was for them. I think they are only suspicious. But some people have been monitoring me and my contact with the corpse-selling sect. You need to be more careful and better hide your track. I will. Parasite then looked at the second individual. Designer, how are things on your side? Excellent. As long as you gather the resources and have enough people to sacrifice, I guarantee you a weapon capable of killing a third-class emperor, reassured a young man with dirt all over his face. I guarantee you these 2 9-extremity foundations won't survive. Don't worry about the sacrifices. I've already established a semi-decent alliance with many heaven chosens. I will turn everyone against these 2 if I have to. What about the suppressing fate alliance? Do you think we can ally with them? Asked Undead Flame. Maybe. I'm hesitating to deal with Mo Xingyun since she might be connected to the Heaven Devourer Emperor. If she is as selfish as her ancestor, it won't be a bad thing if she's the one who proves the Tao. Their objective is to prevent the rise of the Myriad Emperor world or at least delay it for as long as possible. So, if someone as selfish as Heaven Devourer Emperor become emperor, they would never help or lead this new era. Let's wait and see. The moment Parasite said these words, he and the others sensed something. Then, they received Heavenly Dao's message. Immediately, Parasite's face changed as the situation just got complicated. Heavenly Dao uses the entry token system to reduce the number of participants in the battle. And if it is the same in this cleanup, their plan, which requires ganging up on Wang Wei and Di Tian, will be in jeopardy. What do you think? Asked Parasite. It doesn't make sense to restrict the participant size, commented Designer. In Heaven will battles where Eternal Emperor should appear, it has always been a free-for-all so that the final winner is the person who suppresses every individual. According to precedent, a few times, Heavenly Dao tried to cultivate an Eternal Emperor through a glorious age that skipped the previous generation, and countless heavenly physiques showed up. And in all these battles, there have never been restrictions on the participant number. Do you think it's because of the Era Sun? Asked Undead Flame. No. Heavenly Dao cannot show that much favoritism, even if it would benefit it, analyzed Parasite. Let's just until the cleanup. This might be because of an unknown situation in the Devil God world. Saint Tribulation. Wang Wei held the human destiny sword in his hand. At the decided time, he activated it. A brilliant light rushed from the department of the Tao opening sect, shining over the entire world. And from that light appeared a golden formation made of countless circular runes with different designs. It covered most of the world. Subsequently, 3 more lights rushed to the sky. The silver one from the northern continent was from the demon race. The blue one from the eastern ocean, located between the central and eastern continent, came from the sea race. The last one was white, and it came from the eastern continent. The different color formations appeared above the heavens before fusing. The process was easier than expected, making Wang Wei believe that someone thought of this possibility and tempered these formations. His guess is Emperor Kong, since only an Eternal Emperor would have the means to detect these hidden formations. Of course, he had no proof. As he proceeded with the fusion, he strengthened his theory even more. He discovered that it was not someone tempered with the other formations but the human protection array. They made it more compatible with fusing with different arrays. Focusing on the task at hand, he finished the fusion process before giving it 2 main directions. Firstly, watch any movement from the forbidden zones, especially the Tao burial ground. Secondly, be on the lookout for foreigners approaching and entering the myriad emperor world. Once everything finished, Wang Wei felt a sense of relief. The next step of this plan was the committee that ensures each faction pays its share of resources. He had already chosen a reliable delegate from the sectarian faction to send for the committee. While mortals, ordinary cultivators, and non-emperor lineages wondered what was happening in the world, Wang Wei had other stuff to do. Tai Gang had returned, and he wanted to chat with him. How did things go? There was no suspense since most of the worlds I went to were middle 1,000 words. As for the great 1,000 worlds, there were a few resistances. But the elders put them down. That's good. Did you catch the existence of other factions in the lower realm? A few, Tai Gang replied. Mostly the Academy. They've conquered a few worlds to compensate for the previous Chi Lux loss. According to your instructions, we did not intervene in these worlds to not alert anyone. Wang Wei nodded. We must reduce interaction with the outside world for a while before the heaven will battle. Is there a reason? To prevent foreign interference or invasion. What about your other plans? Everything is already set. I just need to wait. He has already instructed the Fate Shadow Guards to expand throughout the endless void. And he has a reliable person in charge of the expansion, allowing him not to worry about problems despite entering a state of low contact. So, why is this conversation really for? Tai Gang could feel this was not as simple as on the surface. What is your plan for the future? Tai Gang did not immediately answer. What do you have planned for me? I wanted you to become Fate One and protect the sect. But I want to know if you are willing. Tai Gang did not immediately answer. I remember the first time we met. I was full of pride and ambitions, even after losing at the hands of Li Jun. But you made me realize how weak I was with one look. Tai Gang looked in the distance, slightly dazed. After broadening my horizon in this world, I truly realized how tiny and insignificant I am. He squinted his eyes with unwavering determination. But I still want to see the highest stage of cultivation, with the best path. You want to prove the Tao? Yes, replied Tai Gang. But I also know my limitations. So, I have a plan that gives me the best chance. Oh, do tell. I want to become the most powerful insurgent possible. And I will serve you until you ascend. But before leaving, you can transfer my power to someone else, and I will reincarnate. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.com. You want to use your past lives' experience to ensure you can prove the Tao in the next. Yes. It's not a bad idea, muttered Wang Wei. With Tai Gang's talent, he would need much luck to prove the Tao or hope that he is reincarnated into a more talented body with a better destiny. However, such a method is not guaranteed. However, if he was a powerful insurgent in his first life, he could use his experience to compensate for his talent. I will help you. But do you want to be karmically bonded with the sect during your reincarnation? No, I want to revive the Iron Fist Kingdom. Tai Gang knew the benefit of this karma and became one of the Tao opening sect's emperors. However, he wanted to have his own legacy. That's fine, agreed Wang Wei before talking with him for a while and dismissing him. I guess I need to find another Fate One. He had someone else in mind, but he did not know whether she would be a good fit. Soon afterward, he went to Tribulation Peak to upgrade the formations. He did not want to leave the sect for his tribulations, but he also knew it could be too powerful for the current formations. He improved them and ensured to hide the process from the outside world. However, he did allow the disciples to witness the whole thing, allowing them to experience how powerful their sect master was. After setting up everything, he released the suppressing technique he's been using the entire time. The sky then changed as fire, thunder, wind, and other elements descended on him with unimaginable power. This part of the tribulation lasted 7 straight days without stopping. Of course, this tribulation was a plaything to Wang Wei. He could not even temper his body because of how weak it was. However, he was interested in the second part of the tribulation. The energy in the clouds condensed into 2 individuals, a woman and a man, both looking very young. Wang Wei's mind rushed as he tried to recognize these two. The Yin Moon Emperor and the Sword-Casting Emperor. These two were the founders of the Yin Moon Palace and the Sword-Casting Villa. They were Jian Wushuang and Su Ya's ancestors. Both were pseudo-eternal emperors who have gone to become paragons and achieve great things. Wang Wei focused on the sword-casting emperor since they technically had some karma. He is the man who defeated the battle maniac emperor during his first Heaven Will battle. He once read some words battle maniac left in the sex archive. According to the latter, this defeat was his greatest shame. And it was not because he lost, but because he lost to a swordsman he deemed inferior to his sister. Later on, after becoming a paragon, he went on to have a rematch and won by a slight margin, just as sword-casting emperor did in their battle. A lot of information flashed in his mind, thinking about the life of these two. The Yin Moon Emperor grew up in a terrible environment as a mortal. She grew to hate men because her father abused her and her mother. One day, her mother forced her to leave before confronting their father and burning them inside their house. Yin Moon hated the feeling of weakness and actively searched for the world of cultivation. She suppressed her peers with the 7 emotions and 6 desires physique before proving the Tao. Unfortunately, she was short of becoming an eternal. Eventually, she created the Yin Moon Palace and only accepted women. The sword-casting emperor lived in the 3rd generation of the ancient emperor era. Back then, the sleepers had just begun and could not gather much information about him. However, Wang Wei knew something about his name. Sword casting implied he was a master of sword refining or his Tao was related to it. But that was not the case. He chose that title and named his faction as such to honor his passing father, who was a mortal blacksmith known for creating great swords. He elevated his father's legacy to a refiner and created the sword casting Villa, who, to this day, is the best sword refiner in the world. Even Origin Weapon Mountain cannot compare to them in that category. Interesting lineup, commented Wang Wei. But that's not enough to stop me. Thunder flashed in the clouds, and they responded as if they heard his words. Then, 2 more people appeared, 1 woman and a man. The woman dressed plainly with a scholarly atmosphere around her. Meanwhile, the young man had heterochromatic eyes, red and blue. The Void Emperor, stated Wang Wei as he looked at the woman before glancing at the man. The Samsara Emperor. 2 more pseudo-eternal emperors. Saint Tribulation, L. 2 interesting emperors, thought Wang Wei. The Void Emperor was once a student of the Emperor Enlightening Academy when they had cultivated 5 great emperors. Unfortunately, her experience in the academy was less than pleasant. She had one other competitor who was on par with her despite having the boundless void physique. However, the Void Emperor always felt the academy discriminated against her because of her gender. She received fewer resources from him, less support, fewer followers, and fewer opportunities. She would have understood if there was an overwhelming difference between the two, but they were relative to each other in most things. The last straw that made her leave was when one of the supreme teachers tried to force her to marry her competitor and give up on her goal of proving the Tao. She left in anger, trying to forge her way. Oddly, she began to strive during this period. Her strength drastically increased until she became known as the person most likely to prove the Tao. And she did. She defeated all her opponents and became a pseudo-eternal. Then, she established the Tao Worshipping Academy with a more tolerant and accepting philosophy. As for her opponent from the academy, she killed him in the final battle. But she did not retaliate against the academy. After this incident, the Emperor Enlightened Academy also realized the corruption of their system and changed their policy to be more inclusive and tolerant. The Void Emperor left the academy in the middle of the void-shattering realm. So, this version is the one with her peak ability, thought Wang Wei before sizing the Samsara Emperor. His story was also interesting. In his youth, the Samsara Emperor was a renowned thief. He would infiltrate different factions to steal important resources from them. When all Heaven Chosens participated in major fortunate events, he would sneak at the last moment to steal all the rewards from everyone before vanishing. He spent most of his life running away from numerous factions, including the Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei knew two defining events in his life. The first one was he stole some treasure that allowed him to understand samsara law. And the second was when he suddenly fled into the nether hell. After leaving the nether hall, the samsara emperor disappeared from the world. And even after proving the Tao, he did not stay nor preach to the world, he immediately ascended. Wang Wei analyzed his life and came up with a theory. He believes the samsara emperor somehow used the nether hall to pass his outlaw trial. Maybe through a deal with Old Man Nether. However, he ran away after proving Tao to escape his deal or stay away from him. From what he knew, the samsara emperor was one of the main paragons in the second origin battle, so he should not care about someone like Old Man Nether. Let's get this over with, he said before deploying his domains, and the others did the same. Facing 4 domains from eventual pseudo-eternal emperors did not suppress him. On the contrary, he still had the advantage. The first to take action was the Moon Emperor. A figure suddenly condensed before her. It was Wang Wei with blood-red eyes. A manifestation of one of my deepest fears? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this clone who actually had close to 80% of his ability. What was one of his biggest fears? Himself. He knew if he one day went crazy, he could do irreparable damage. Even the current sane version of himself was already dangerous to the world. He could not imagine an unrestrained, completely free and devoid of mortality version of himself. Wang Wei's desire to be free was not to be someone who kills and destroys as he pleases. He wanted the freedom to be able to do these things, to have the ability to choose without restraint, whether physically or morally. Although if you delve deeper into his goal, it was somewhat hypocritical, he did not mind. And this technique manifested the version of himself that removed that layer of hypocrisy. It was completely free, indulging in its desires and wants. Interesting technique, he muttered as he could see the flaw in this technique. It worked on an individual basis. The Moon Emperor can manifest his innermost fears and copy his strength. However, she cannot manifest Wang Wei to fight another person. Without him as the mirror, she cannot access so much of his power. Lost lamb, you are a puppet because you lack a soul, commented Wang Wei. Then, he controlled the laws of souls in his domain to grant this fear manifestation a soul. And now that he had a soul and its own will, it was no longer under the control of Moon. Out of anger for its past, the fear manifestation attacked its oppressor. It clenched its fist and punched her. Love protection, love is one of the most powerful emotions in existence. And with this technique, the Moon Emperor became the most beloved individual throughout all heaven myriad worlds. Trillions upon trillions of mortals, objects, non-living entities, and worlds loved and adored her, manifesting in the form of protection. Unfortunately, she was no match for a manifestation with nearly 80% of Wang Wei's power. Her technique and domain could not resist the attack, and she turned back into thunder and disappeared. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Wang Wei then gazed at the sword-casting emperor. The latter looked at him without moving. Wang Wei knew how this man's Daos operated, giving him an advantage, but he still tested it. He flicked his finger, generating enough force to destroy thousands of galaxies. The sword-casting emperor waved his sword, and the force returned to Wang Wei with an at least tenfold increase. Tao of parrying or the Tao of counter. He took one of the basic concepts of swordsmanship, parrying, and elevated it to the point it can counter anything, including concepts. Wang Wei created a spear of death and threw it toward sword casting. The latter waved his sword to parry it, including the power of death. However, when his sword touched the spear, Wang Wei's domain activated the destiny ability of purpose manipulation. He forcefully changed sword-casting Emperor's Tao to be only able to counter physical objects. So, the latter countered his spear, but death's power killed him. Now, it was the Void Emperor's turn. She first reinforced the space around her domain to prevent teleportation and even made flying a struggle. Then, she created these void twisters, essentially infinite dimensions collapsing and twisting on each other. The space above the Tao opening sec became beyond chaotic. If not for the protective arrays, this would be a catastrophe that enveloped dozens of the surrounding sex domains. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. As an expert in the laws of space, he could achieve the same feat, meaning this attack was useless. Instead, he was thinking about space and time Tao. In the world of science, space and time are basically the same, or in better words, interchangeable. However, they were two different concepts in the cultivation world, although with some relations. The space of this world is too easy to break. I should change that. Too many catastrophes originated from cultivators destructing power affecting space. As such, he decided to change the order of the world. Cultivators can still use their laws to teleport. But if they want to break the space itself, even a quasi-emperor would not have this ability. Not a bad technique, analyzed Wang Wei as he sensed the Void Emperor trying to teleport all his organs and even the origin essence inside his body. You can die with your own technique. He teleported her brain from her body, and she dispersed, returning to heaven and earth. At last, it was the Samsara Emperor's turn. The latter waved his hand to create a wheel with the power of decay, which is one of the subsidiary laws of death. Although, it can also be a law of its own, a potent one at that. Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same wheel, canceling the attack. How sneaky. Worthy of a thief. The wheel was a decoy. The real attack was trying to steal his lifespan and secretly kill him. He snapped his finger. Death vibration, dark sound waves overwhelmed the Samsara Emperor, sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. Survived? Wang Wei looked at the dark aura protecting the latter. Death immunity? Interesting. He suddenly looked higher at the Samsara Emperor. Amongst these young emperors, he believed he had the highest chance of reaching immortal venerable strength. Although the others were talented, breaking the boundary between immortal and mortal sometimes requires opportunity and the right time. It is common in this age because of the glorious age. Without the right opportunity, many of the current heaven chosens would not have this feat. Wang Wei controlled his fate law and changed the Samsara Emperor's fate to that of a dying passing. And unfortunately, fate triumphed over Samsara and bypassed his death immunity technique. I would have to love to compete with the real version. It would be interesting if the younger version of all emperors across time and space competed against each other. That would be a sight to see. Saints preaching. After his tribulation, he felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulder. It was now smoother to control his law and domain. It was as if a veil or restrictions was removed from his body. As a result, it was easier for him to access the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend them. Wang Wei knew the reason for this change. Although he was previously a saint, heaven and earth did not acknowledge his realm since he did not undergo tribulation. The weight and veil he sensed was his incongruity with the world. Should I preach? He thought. One of the reasons the saint realm is named as such is because every true person can preach their Tao to a large group of people. And in return, heavenly Tao will grant them a small amount of merit. In ancient emperor era, saint realm cultivators would travel to the lower realm and preach in small, middle, and even great thousand worlds to receive merit. Unfortunately, as time passed, these places' cultivation civilization has been set, making it pointless to do so in modern times. The only time cultivators in modern times used this method was when they discovered a brand new world. A world that does not have a cultivation civilization for some reason, or one that was just born and is relatively new. Unfortunately, these worlds are rarer to find. Even with Wang Wei's soul flower ability, he might not find one since they might not exist at the current moment. Although I don't need the small amount of merit, it's better than nothing. He contacted the elders to announce he would preach to the sect's disciples. He thought this would be a simple thing that took a few days. But the event quickly escalated. The elders wanted this event to be more significant. They wanted disciples, elders, deacons, and foreign guests, people affiliated with the sect but not directly part of it, to listen. It would take some time to gather these people. One elder mentioned that the sect would recruit another group of new disciples a few months from now and let them listen as well to benefit the sect. Another one suggested allowing the disciples from the lower realm to participate. The new branches the sect opened in the lower realm needed a way to increase these people's loyalty to the sect. And listening to a potential future eternal emperor preach would do wonders for this issue. The myriad emperor world was semi-closed, so the lower realm disciples could not come here. But the sect decided to use an image transmission array to broadcast the event. Wang Wei was speechless the entire time. He did not expect things to escalate to this level. After the elders planned everything, Li Jun and Yan Lililing would also preach before him, turning this into an event. Tai Gang was on the list. Unfortunately, he was now in retreat to enter the Saint Realm. A few months later, Wang Wei oversaw the disciple recruit. The sect divided the tester into two groups, the one with cultivation and the one without. Regarding cultivators, no one above the divine altar would be accepted since that's the realm where it is not too expensive to recast the foundation. There used to be an age limit, but Wang Wei removed it to ensure the sect could find some late bloomers with undetected talents. As such, people from as young as 14 to divine altar cultivators close to the 1,000-year limit attended this process. The sect then used a variety of criteria to test these people. They tested for their talent, including professions, soul, physique, understanding, chi manipulation talent, luck, willpower, and Tao heart. The pagoda was useful for the last part. And this was not the end. The sect checked the background of these people to ensure no problem. They checked their fate line to see if they had some unique destiny. They checked their karma to see if they had some karmic connection that would be favorable to their cultivation or detrimental to them and the sect. Because of this unique and comprehensive method, some accepted individuals appeared to make no sense. Some people were nothing but mortals that did not even have leakless bodies. They only wanted to take a chance at changing their lives. And since travel had become more accessible because of the constructs, they came to give it a chance. Although these choices appeared nonsensical, only the sects knew these people could compete with some destiny, allowing them to have their legends in the cultivation. That destiny might be as simple as an inheritance. Usually, these people would never have a chance to fulfill their destiny. But with the sect's support, they were now the prime candidates. The advantages of this recruiting method were endless, and it was only possible because of Wang Wei's destiny and fate Tao. Once everything finished, two participants stood out amongst the rest. A girl named Kai Song, and she was a member of the spirit race. She is a child's toy who became sentient after being stuck in a high-spirit chi environment. After learning about the world, Kai Song had recently acquired her physical body and was on her way to Myriad Spirit Mountain. On her way, she heard about the sect's recruit and had a whim to come test. The sect discovered she had an extraordinary cultivation talent and a monster-level talent for puppets. She was on par with Yan Liling in her professions, if not even more talented. The second one was Jean Mengyao, the owner of the 25th Physique, Spear Overlord Physique. Sect Master, what do you think of these two? Asked one of the elders through divine sense. For more chapters, please visit pan0v.l.com. Chao Song is quiet, introverted, and does not fear loneliness, perfect traits for professions that require years of study. However, we also have to train her social skills. Puppets can be vital for our plans if used correctly, so her skills can be helpful. As for Jean Mengyao, besides his arrogance, he is indeed talented. However, we must see how he grows. Wang Wei can read Jean Mengyao like the back of his hand. He could tell this guy was planning on using the sect's resources to catch up to this generation's heaven chooses. Then, defeat him to become the sect's leader before proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor. The arrogance and ambitions of young people, thought Wang Wei. These two are potential emperors. Based on their performance, they can become the sect's seal heaven chosen. One of them might participate in the generation after my father, he added. A few people thought the same things and waited to bring it off. With the karma washing pool that Wang Wei brought for the sect, they will not have to worry about future emperors. Even if one of these two failed their heaven will battle, the sect could wait for a generation with less competition and bring them out. They don't have to seal themselves for millions of years. After the sect's recruitment, it was time for the preaching events. Li Jun went first. Most people gathered on the sect's largest mountain, sitting cross-legged on cushions. The rest stayed in other mountains and watched things through formations. And it was the same for the branches in the lower realm. Li Jun sat cross-legged, floating in the air and overlooking everyone. I am true person Li Jun, and today, I will enlighten you in the ways of battle. His voice was soft, but everyone could hear him. It was as if he was muttering next to their ears. Even the people who listened through formations felt the same way. Visions of lotus manifested near him, along with beautiful sounds representing the voice of the Tao, the voice of truth. Li Jun then talked about battle as if it was a Tao. He also injected some of his law understanding for the void-shattering realm and above individuals. The preaching lasted 3 months. And once he finished, everyone had one thought in their mind: this man made battle, a brutal and cruel thing, into an art. And they wanted more. Everyone benefited. Many of the new disciples were malnourished mortals who knew nothing about cultivation. The sect had to provide spirit chi and pills for them to listen for the entire 3 months. But even they benefited. Li Jun's explanation of how to use the mortal body to exert the most power in battle, how to analyze the opponent and how to maximize the use of the environment targeted them. Furthermore, even if they could not understand most of the things he said, it would benefit them in the future as long as they remember some things and apply them in their lives. Golden lights came from heaven, and he received his merit. Next was Yan Liling's turn. Her process was similar to Li Jun's. She preached about all 5 professions, focusing on establishing a foundation for most profession-oriented people listening. Even Wang Wei learned something from her. As for the non-professions, they also benefited since she also talked about flame, energy, and spiritual power control. After taking her merit, it was Wang Wei's turn. I am Wang Wei, a true person, and your sect master, said Wang Wei with a pleasing voice. And today, I will enlighten you on the essence of cultivation. He let his words simmer for a few seconds. In the endless void, there are countless cultivation systems, good or bad. But at their core, they involved 4 fundamental aspects: essence, chi, spirit, and law. Even if there are some outlier systems, one of these 4 will be involved in one way or the other. Now, let's begin with essence, or the body. Next is chi or energy, the source of life and evolution. Third is the spirit, or the soul, mind, or spirit. Finally, it's the law, the fundamental concepts that govern realities. The process lasted 3 years. And once everybody woke up, they did not know how to describe this experience and remained quiet for a few seconds. Family reunion. Wang Wei's sermon covered many things. These people now had an excellent understanding of the cultivation realms from body refining to primordial spirit. They understood which part of essence, chi, and spirit each realm was based on. With this knowledge, they can easily enter these realms and push them to their limits if they are talented enough. For the law aspect, Wang Wei talked about the 5 elements law and a bit about his fate law. However, he primarily focused on the subtle control of the law, and with his force control skill, every individual, including the true monarchs of the sect. Today's preaching will benefit every single listener until they become quasi-emperors. And maybe even further. Wang Wei received his merit before dismissing everyone. There was a lingering desire in the faces of most of the disciples. It was genuinely fascinating to listen to people preaching. It was like someone presented the universe's fundamental truth in such an easily understandable way. The feeling was simply intoxicating. What a marvelous sermon, someone suddenly said. When Wang Wei saw where it originated, his eyes lit up. Mom, Dad. Yu Yan rushed to hug her son, and Wang Tian followed. The family formed a hug sandwich with Wang Wei in the middle. When did you guys get here? After Liling's turn, Yu Yan explained. We wanted to surprise you. I'm glad you are back, said Wang Wei with a smile. Let's go somewhere else. The 3 flew to Wang Wei's transcending fate mountain to chat. Everyone sat together, including Wu Hong. Wang Wei prepared the tea, and the family chatted. Your sermon was brilliant, commented Wang Tian. I've learned a lot. He was not lying since he had learned a lot after hearing it, especially his force control skill which he believed could reach a higher level after a while. Yu Yan nodded, but she did not say anything. She held her son in her hands, cuddling him like a child. Wang Wei did not resist. I'm glad. So, how was your mortal dust? What did you do? Any new discoveries? He could tell it was more than successful since the two were now at the peak of the supreme realm, only one step away from becoming quasi-emperors. Mine was interesting, added Yu Yan. I became a blind mortal, living all my life in darkness. However, after enlightening myself on darkness and regaining my memories, I felt it was not enough, so I continued. My second persona was someone who had connections with some of the vilest individuals in society, sex traffickers, rapists, killers, cannibals, etc. I wanted to experience the darkness of the world. This persona granted me a deep understanding of societal darkness or darkness of the mind. But of course, I was not satisfied. So, I placed a bunch of mortals and cultivators in a small world and literally turned into darkness. Observing them live and survive in a world without sun, with only darkness, was interesting, to say the least. Interesting. I give you a full score for ingenuity, commented Wang Wei. Thanks. I think you've been rubbing off me, smiled Yu Yan, pleased with her son's compliment. Old man, what about you? Mine was not that interesting, replied Wang Tian. I had many personas in the mortal world, all swordsmen with different personalities, the indifferent swordsman who killed his loved ones for his sword Dao, the free and unrestrained swordsman, the charismatic one with friends all over the martial art world, and even the drunkard swordsman. Every time I learned something fundamental about swords from these personas, I would awaken my memories and choose the next one. Wang Tian took a sip of tea. Then, I turned myself into a sword and experienced what it was like. In a few hundred years, many swordsmen created legends with my sword. As a result, I learned the fundamental truth that the sword was a weapon of murder, nothing else, nothing more. You don't seem too happy about this discovery, remarked Wang Wei as he sensed his father's odd mood. It's not that, since I've always known this. With his achievement in the sword, of course, he knew the fundamental purpose of the sword's existence. I've loved the sword since I was 8, and my father gave me a wooden sword for practice. I named it Little Heaven, after my name, and I still preserve it. I was hoping to pass it on to you for your training. Well, you know how that turned out. Wang Wei gave his father a wry smile. It's not his fault that he was not a fan of most weapons. Wang Tian did not blame his son since he was in a state of remembrance. My love and passion for the sword have allowed me to travel far in its ways. But it also made me romanticize the sword, thinking it was more than a simple weapon. I thought it was beautiful, mighty, the best weapon, and the weapon of kings. Unfortunately, through cultivation, I found its essence as a tool created for death and slaughter. And a small part of me refused to accept this fact until mortal dust. In the time he spent as a sword, he ended up in different people's hands. A blacksmith who admired the technique behind its creation. A king who used it as a symbol of power and authority. However, he always ended up being used as a tool for killing. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. After removing that final reluctance, Wang Tian sublimated his state of mind, and his swordsmanship reached a higher realm. As long as you figured things out, added Wang Wei. How strong are you now? Condense your most powerful attack into a sword qi, and let me see. Wang Tian did not hesitate because he knew how strong his son was before leaving. He raised his hand to condense a small sword the size of a toothpick. As expected, commented Wang Wei as he felt the power emanating from the sword qi. Middle level of 3-leaf. After you become a quasi-emperor, you will reach the peak with a slight chance of breaking into 4-leaf. He knew his father, and since Ji Lanfang had such potential, it made sense for his father to be on par with the latter. Chuips, Yu Yan smacked her lips in response. She left her son's embrace and chose to embrace her quiet daughter-in-law instead. What's wrong? After showing her my strength, she argued with me that she would still win if we had a heaven-will battle in our generation, explained Wang Tian. Son, don't you think so? I do. Oh, come on. How come you're on her side? Countered Wang Tian. Firstly, It's not as challenging as you think to scheme against an immortal venerable. I'm sure Mom could do it given the right circumstances, said Wang Wei. Secondly, the only reason you've broken the boundary between mortal and immortal has much to do with circumstances. Now you are just blatantly disrespecting me. There are 3 main reasons for your current success. The fact that you had to stay so long in the Saint Realm, forced to polish your foundation beyond anything you could have achieved if there was a battle in your generation. The others are the D realm and my force control skill. Wang Tian pondered for a moment and realized it was the truth. These things contributed most to his current strength. Of course, there were other factors. For example, he pushed himself beyond his limits when he saw how fast his son grew. Competition and drive can motivate anyone to improve beyond their limits. Be that as it may, I still think I would have won. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders and did not take a side. He believed his mother would win simply because his father had a soft spot for her. If she exploited that weakness, he would not be able to resist. Of course, given how much she loved him, she might not be willing to take it that far. I have 2 things for you, said Wang Wei to change the topic. The first is a talisman from our ancestor, the Sword Empress. Wang Tian immediately became excited. He had never met a swordsman compared to him, so he idolized the ones from the past, and his ancestor was his favorite. Whenever he needed guidance in his swordsmanship, he would comprehend her heaven-slashing scripture or the sword will she left in the sect. He took the talisman with a childlike smile. He could not imagine the benefit he would receive from direct guidance from her. The second is the contact of a swordsman on par with you. Wang Wei then told him about his fight with Ji Lanfang. And Wang Tian became more excited. I cannot wait to exchange experiences with another fellow Taoist. He felt his luck was on the rise after the mortal dust. Alright, let's not talk about these boring things, commented Yu Yan as she caressed Wu Hong's hair. Daughter, when are you giving me my first grandson? Ask your son, she replied sheepishly. He's the one who doesn't want children. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. They've talked about this and agreed on the matter. But now, she has placed the blame on him. Flesh tribulation. Wang Wei spent the next few months with his parents, postponing his seclusion. Then, he created a clone to socialize with him while his main body entered seclusion. Meanwhile, Wu Hong did the opposite as her main body entered seclusion while a clone spent time with Wang Wei's clone. The couple wanted to spend as much time together as possible. The first thing he did was Wang Just ceremony. The process required formations, a ritual, and other resources. After everything finished, his shadow connected to her shadow, transferring some of his power to her. A cocoon enveloped Wang Ju as she underwent a massive transformation. She will be a terrifying spy and assassin after inheriting 70% of Wang Wei's power and abilities, especially if she uses them correctly with her shadow law. Afterward, Wang Wei proceeded to condense his first black hole. With enough primordial star essence, he condensed a black hole countless times bigger than the observable universe back on Earth. He first checked whether there were any problems with his secondary artificial acupoints. Then, he checked whether there were any contradictions between the black holes in the 1962 main acupoints. After detecting no issue, he continued to condense black holes for a total of 10,000 second acupoints or a grand total of 19,962. After sensing that his body had reached saturation, Wang Wei stopped and clenched his fist to feel the power contained. 50 primordial dragon force. He could now destroy 50% of a great thousand world with one attack. And that was not the only increase, but also overall defense, speed, regeneration, and survivability. It's coming, he thought after analyzing his body. An unknown power descended on him, and he knew it was from the true power Tao realm. His tribulation had arrived. Wang Wei lay on the ground to prepare. He suddenly felt something munched on his skin, making him groan. With his pain resistance, he would not blink an eye if he swallowed an entire sun, feeling every sensation as the heat burned his throat, liquefied his intestine, or charred his bones. However, the pain intensity was nothing he's ever experienced. Ancient Desolate explained to him this was one of the aspects of the flesh tribulation. The test knew the highest threshold of anyone participating and inflicted a higher level. The severity of the pain is one of the many reasons people cannot open the gate of pain or continue on this path. I can't believe having a high pain tolerance would work against me, thought Wang Wei. However, this was not even the end. He received information or a request to take all the tests together and choose how many of them to take at once. Wang Wei decided on all of them. He wanted to finish the test for the third level in one swoop. Ancient Desolate gave him some tips. The tribulation is divided similarly to the Ancient Desolate body refining scripture: skin, bones, blood, muscles and meridians, organs, and cells. There will also be special tests for individuals with unique body refining techniques that do not involve these categories. Typically, Wang Wei needed to take these tests one by one in the primordial dragon realm. However, the Ancient Desolate Emperor told him there would be some advantages if he took the tests together. He will receive a boost of strength afterward compared to if he took them individually. Meanwhile, the single test is to decide a body refiner's worthiness to continue walking on the true power Dao realm. After the request, the tribulation continued. Wang Wei experienced horrendous pain as he watched his skin rapidly disappear from his body, as if a creature enjoyed a pleasant meal with his body. Suddenly, an intense fear overwhelms his mind. Here we go, thought Wang Wei, trying to control his emotions. Watching his skin vanish, the fear of dying overcame his mind. Wang Wei knew this part of the test. His powerful soul, immune to most spiritual attacks, was useless on this occasion. The unknown power of the true power Dao realm did not care about his innate paragon soul. And his intuition told him that even if he removed his chains and accessed his spiritual strength, it would be pointless. Wang Wei had to rely on his willpower to bear the pain. His Dao heart and state of mind to fight this overwhelming fear. However, things became worse for him before getting better. After he turned into a macabre creature without skin, his muscles rapidly evaporated, exponentially increasing the pain and fear. Wang Wei was grunting and groaning, trying to keep the pain away. Meanwhile, he felt his mind was on the verge of cracking. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He repeated these words over and over like an endless loop. However, things got worse for him since his organs were next. If Ancient Desolate were here, he would give Wang Wei a thumbs up for his crazy action. When he told the latter to take the tests together, he meant 2 or 3 simultaneously, not everything at once. By the time Wang Wei was a creature with only bone, he was screaming despite having no vocal cords. His scream came deep from his soul. He watched the dissipation of his bones, and the fear intensified. With every cell that disappeared, he felt himself driving close to madness. And the pain did not help the situation. He could hear a whisper telling him to give up and abandon this path. And he desperately wanted to listen to it. How easy it would be to give up. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Why did he have to endure so much? If he wanted a strong body, he could just comprehend power law. There was no need to inflict this level of cruelty onto himself. It was not worth it. No, I can't, give up. In this strange state where he has no corporeal form but still exists, Wang Wei discovered he could use the full power of his willpower. So, he tapped into that power. This action aided the situation, but it did not solve the problem. He hung on to this feeling of unwillingness and defiance. Memories of him floating in the endless void flashed in his mind. Back then, he also had to overcome his fear of death while fighting eons of loneliness. He did not give up then, so he would not give up now. He gritted his non-existent teeth and persevered. When only the last cell of his existence remained, his fear and pain reached an indescribable level. And when that cell also evaporated, he failed a crack in his spirit, pushing him to the verge of a mental breakdown. However, he drew on his experience of having his existence destroyed. He reined in all the fear and resisted the pain. He had to withstand such intensity for only 10 seconds, but each felt like a lifetime. 10 seconds later, the suffering ended, and his body was regenerated cell by cell. And since his fleshly body was linked to his primordial spirit, it also regrew. That was interesting, he muttered as he looked at his new body. This test took into account all his willpower and pushed it beyond his limit to test him. And he felt a real challenge for the first time in a while. Not to mention, this experience was a great way to temper the mind. 70 primordial dragon force, an increase of 20. Is this my reward? He muttered, satisfied given how difficult it is to advance in this realm. Not just this. He raised his hand, and the void trembled. He did not use any qi, law, or other aspects of his power. He materialized his willpower to achieve this feat. Wang Wei realized this experience had allowed him better control and access to his willpower. For the first time, he can use the strength of his willpower without damaging his body. Although it was only a portion, he always believed he needed to become a great emperor before taking that step. This is a good step, he muttered about his progress. Then, he exhaled deeply, thinking about the true power Tao realm. He always knew it was not a simple cultivation path. But today's tribulation confirmed his guess. He has many theories about the true power Tao realm. The best one is that it is the first power system ever. After the birth of the chaos universe, after the appearance of the first creatures, Wang Wei believed there were no innate lifeforms, at least not in a sense they were born powerful with innate laws. He believed these first creatures did not have a cultivation system but discovered the potential of the flesh in the form of the gate of power. The true power Tao was the first way creatures achieved immortality and eternity. There is more to his theory. He believes that the history of the eternal ascension world can be divided into eras. And in the first eras, there were no lower dimension and heaven wills. So, the creatures from that time relied on the true power Tao realm to cultivate. He once talked about this theory with Wu Hong, but she said she did not have memories of such history. But he was probably correct. Did you really take all the tests at once, and a novel? Wang Wei turned to the sudden voice and saw his wife. Not bothered by how she bypassed his formation, he replied, yes. Wu Hong did not know what to say. She remembered her flesh tribulation. She had a whim and decided to try 3 simultaneously, and she did not forget that horror for a long time. In her career, she has met a few inextinguishable paragons or individuals who opened the gate of power. The number of people who could withstand 2 tests simultaneously could be counted on one hand. Most of them did so by accident since they knew little information about the horror of the test. Many unlucky individuals chose 2 or more tests for a while and failed, ending their dreams of walking on this path. 8. Heterogeneity. Wu Hong was impressed. She has always known her boy toy was talented and capable. And on a few occasions, she was proud and impressed by him. But today, for the first time, she was impressed beyond words. She looked at him, eyes sparkling while gently biting her lower lips. Wang Wei immediately recognized the look in his wife's eyes. He smiled before they jumped on each other like primates in a zoo doing the dirty with no shame or regard for the children's visitors. Moreover, he grew wilder when she even let him be on top. He went wild, losing himself in the embrace of passion and depravity. Wang Wei lay on the floor with Wu Hong on his arm. He was breathing heavily as if he had done the most intensive exercise. The bedroom is one of the few times he can experience mortal things like fatigue and lack of stamina. After taking a few minutes to regulate his breathing, he asked her, I was wondering why my incarnations did not undergo the tribulations. There are already many restrictions on the unorthodox path, and it would be unfair if all the incarnations had to undergo the tribulation. That makes sense, Wang Wei analyzed. I guess the orthodox path only has to take once, they don't have to redoing it with each reincarnation. The two chatted for a moment before continuing to do their own things. Wang Wei had to test the limits of his body while getting acquainted with his new strength. He punched the formation before him. Boom! As expected, 7-leaf. His fleshly body only had this power, not considering his other source of power. And he could sense that he would have no problem increasing his power as long as he moved up in the true power Tao realm. Is this a way to remove the limit of 7-leaf? Or is this the result of my paragon's soul and the incarnations? Wang Wei always suspected his soul was one of the reasons he barely had any bottlenecks in cultivation. He also suspected he would not have the immortal venerable limit that most cultivators have. However, he did not know the exact reason. Regardless, he knew that if people wanted to remove the limit, they could cultivate until the third level of the true power Tao realm. He checked his body and smiled. In the early stages of his cultivation, his fleshly body has always been more powerful than his cultivation. However, the other aspects caught up after the void-shattering realm and the nine-extremity foundation. Now, his fleshly body was the most powerful aspect, at least for his main body. After admiring his perfect figure, he continued his seclusion, focusing on comprehending laws. Wang Wei had entered the mature Dao tree stage of the Saint Realm, and his domain was hundreds of times beyond the limit. Without the help of Gu Xian's pagoda, the process was extremely long, 20,000 years, to be exact. And with the 360 future Buddha self, he spent 2 million years. He pushed the boundary of the Saint Realm with how deep of time he spent comprehending the law, especially with his talent. And yet, I still have a silver tree. He now understood achieving golden tree is now just about time spent comprehending laws. But also the mysterious baptism samsara Tao cultivators experience when they walk the path of nine extremity. I still have to rely on the Fate Palace. He closed his eyes to sense the other incarnations. They had all finished their mission and tempered their bodies to the peak, including the Order incarnation. Wang Wei borrowed their power. 3-root peak. He did not achieve 4-root because the main body was still in the Saint Realm. He left seclusion to see his wife. Finish? Yes, he replied as he embraced her. Prepare to go through mortal dust before breaking through? Yeah. What was your mortal dust like? Mine? Let me remember, pausing for a moment. My early years were about proving my worth to the world. And by the Saint Realm, my state of mind had changed, but there was still a lingering flaw. For mortal dust, I became the only daughter of the most wealthy individual of a mortal kingdom, loved and cherished by everyone, a little princess. Then, I was a princess adored by the kingdom, followed by a sovereign, the noblest individual in the kingdom. Afterward, I had some persona focused on my Tao. I was the best scholar in another kingdom. I remember these days arguing with these stinky scholars who could not accept a woman besting them. I was an artist focused on painting and sculpting. However, all my works were runes or patterns found in nature. Finally, my personas were people confined or sealed in different places. One spent her entire life in a house, never leaving its confine. The other was in prison. One of my personas spent a few days surviving inside a coffin. I learned a great deal about sealing in these experiences. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. How fascinating. Indeed, Wu Hong replied, reminiscing about the old days. Are you staying for a while or leaving now? I'm leaving. However, I have to go see Li Jun first. His parents were also in retreat. His father was receiving the Sword Empress guidance while his mother had to plan for the merit-proving method. He flew to Li Jun's mountains, and the other was waiting for him with drinks. Where is Liling? She's refining pills. Wang Wei took the jar from him and took a sip. Since we now have karma washing water, why don't you unseal your wife and child? I want to see and spoil my nephew. Li Jun shook his head. Not until we become emperor, and I know for certain I can protect them. That's a good idea. He knew another reason was because of Yan Liling. It can cause trouble having the concubine with a wife present. And Li Jun is smart enough to understand how to navigate this kind of situation. After spending this generation with Liling and once they reached such a high realm in cultivation, many things will have different perspectives. This is for you, said Wang Wei as he handed him a book. What is it? I call it the 8 Heterogeneous Foundation, he explained. You will create 8 incarnations or clones since they are not connected to your existence. Anyway, you divide your soul into 8 perfect clones. Based on my previous sermon, 2 clones will cultivate a cultivation system based on essence, spirit, chi, and law. Then, you will fuse with them, boosting your foundation and achieving immortal strength. Li Jun scanned the book. There were 4 cultivation systems contained inside: pure essence cultivation that focused on the body, pure chi cultivation, pure spirit, and law-based cultivation. The idea is that these clones would cultivate until the quasi-emperor realm. Then, Li Jun will fuse with them and use them to nourish his fleshly body, chi, soul, and law. As you can guess, this method has some flaws, continued Wang Wei. The fusion process will not be easy since the clones cultivate different cultivation systems, especially the chi clones. I've made it, so they cultivate an energy compatible with the origin essence, but it could still cause trouble. He wanted a chi system that uses spirit chi. But he discovered spirit chi itself is a catalyst and cannot be directly used as an energy for a system. Or maybe, this is beyond Wang Wei's current ability. Lastly, I've discovered there will be a significant amount of impurities in the bodies due to fusing 2 different systems or Tao foundations. I've created an impurity removing step, and you can use other resources. No, it's not a problem considering I don't have to comprehend existence for this method. True. As the first person who cultivates this method, you should not have a problem. However, heavenly Tao might place some restrictions on it afterward. A cultivation method that allows individuals to break the barrier between mortal and immortal will definitely have some restrictions. However, heavenly Tao operates similarly to a game master in a game. It can fix loopholes or bugs in a game, but the player who discovered it can keep the benefits. Better yet, let my mother and Yen Liling cultivate it simultaneously under the heaven hiding array. Let's take advantage of the situation to get the most benefit. He also wanted to include Tai Gang, but with the latter's talent, he doubted he could cultivate this technique. What about the resources? Li Jun asked. Cultivating these clones into the quasi-emperor realm was not cheap. With your contributions, there should be no problem. However, he also had to talk to his mom. He contacted her through divine sense to ask. She told him that her Yu clan could raise 8 other true monarchs, and he did not have to worry. Wang Wei told her to ask if she needed and she reassured him that she would not be polite with her own son. I just remember, suddenly said Li Jun, did you contact Wang Ju? No, what's wrong? She's injured. Eating time. Is it Di Tian? Was Wang Wei's first thought. He knew the latter had the sex lord's shadow technique and should have cultivated a powerful shadow on par with Wang Ju. However, he quickly denied this possibility since Wu Hong sealed him too early. The techniques have specific requirements, and he could not have met them when he was sealed. Despite eliminating this possibility, Wang Wei realized it was about time for Di Tian to be released. He has to participate in the cleanup to acquire a token and fight in the final battle. From now on, he can no longer be at ease when doing things since he has someone who can match in power and use experiences to compensate for the tactics department. I'll go see her. Do you want me to go with you? It's fine. Focus on cultivating. Wang Wei teleported to the small world where Wang Ju was recuperating. When he saw her, he squinted. A part of her body was disappearing while the other half tried to prevent this from happening. She was too focused on saving her life that she could not respond to his presence. Luckily, he had access to the formations and did not have to use force. Someone or something has erased her time, analyzed Wang Wei. He could tell someone hit her with an attack that erased part of her past. And if Wang Ju did not have access to some of his time laws, she would have ceased to exist by now. No, not erase but 8. Wang Wei came closer to analyze the situation. If Wang Ju's time could be represented by a line similar to the fate line, the attack took a bit out of her timeline. The attack's purpose could only erase certain events in her life, or it could wipe her out of existence. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his time law, trying to fix the gap in Wang Ju's timeline and save her. He failed. He tried again after borrowing the power of his incarnations. No response. Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain to surround her and boost his strength. This attempt was also of no use. He then accessed the River of Time, which should contain records of Wang Ju's timeline. He used the records to recreate her timeline and fix the gap. What level of time Dao is this? His attempt at even using the river of time failed. This is not something even he can do. Fate surpasses time, so let's try that. He connected to the river of fate and found Wang Just fate line. Using the record of her life in the fate line, he fixed the part that was eating. There was great resistance, but he succeeded in the end. Wang Ju stopped disappearing from reality and opened her eyes. Sect Master. Thank you for saving me. This experience was horrifying. Having hundreds of years of her life vanished from her memories, having to question her sanity on whether these events occurred before slowly watching her dissipate from the world. What happened? Who did this? The upper dimension people, she replied, making Wang Wei frown. Although you can only use 70% of my main Bodhi's power, only a mortal venerable and above could injure you. And there is that strange time technique. It was a trap, explained Wang Ju. I was investigating some suspicious people when I discovered the possible existence of another alliance against you. My investigation led me to a strange heaven chosen who seems to use insects. However, it was a trap. When I further investigated, they were prepared. They knew about the Lord's shadow technique and had a light-based formation that could affect my shadow status and weaken my access to your strength. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind after hearing this. But he let continue without saying a word. Luckily, I've acquired some of your intuition and felt danger. Before they completely deploy the array, I used the talisman you gave me to create a hole and flee. Unfortunately, someone hit me with a strange time technique. Was it a person who attacked you or an item? I'm sorry, but I can't remember. Everything proceeded too quickly, and I did not have time to detect the surroundings. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. What's your analysis on this event? These people knew the Lord's shadow technique quite well, most likely from the upper dimension Dao opening sect. They came prepared with the knowledge, ready to deal with you through eliminating me. You are probably correct. Wang Wei thought deeper about the situation. Time Eater is involved. Wang Just attack suits perfectly for the latter's name. Furthermore, he is one of the paragons who did not participate in the ultimate taboo and knew and interacted with his ancestors. There is a high chance that he knew the shadow ruler, interacted with him, and even competed with the latter. You need to be more careful from now on. I will. Wang Ju also realized she was too intoxicated with her newfound power and was slightly careless. I have to go through mortal dust. When I'm done, I will refine a talisman for you to access all my powers. Wang Wei was slightly annoyed as he kept discovering the flaws of the unorthodox way of the Nine Extremity Dao Foundation. For more chapters, please visit pan0vl.com. Thank you, Sect Master. But do you need the Fate Shadow Guards to protect you secretly? Mortal dust is a moment of weakness for many cultivators since they usually seal their memories and strength. Although they can instantly regain it when attacked, it is still a moment of vulnerability that can be exploited. No, Shadow One is in charge of protecting me. I see. Wang Ju was slightly disappointed but felt relieved since her young master's safety was what truly mattered. I wonder if I can become Shadow 1 instead of Shadow 3? She quickly removed this intrusive thought from her mind since she knew such a request would cause a seniority issue that could lead to real problems. Do you remember what the runes of the formation looked like? Asked Wang Wei, not knowing her inner turmoil about being called Shadow 3 in the future despite being the most powerful shadow. I do remember some of them. She did not see the entire thing, but she saw a good portion of it after he saw the light emanating from the runes. Write them down and have the sect analyze them. Since you said it was light-based, they can consult my mother. As you wish. Do you know where Yuzhou is? Wang Wei decided to eliminate him even if there was no evidence to prove he was innocent. Anyway, since he is a heaven chosen, he is his enemy, and if he were a spy from the upper dimension, he would have eliminated an unstable factor of the world. And he could still kill a few heaven chosens without affecting his Son of Era title. Wang Ju did not immediately explain but checked the Fate Shadow's headquarters for information. He disappeared after the trap. We currently do not have his location. He's not in the soul race's small world? No. That was more suspicious. Forget it. He has to show up for the cleanup. Wang Wei ordered her to keep up her work before going to say his goodbyes. Then, he headed to a mortal world for his mortal dust. Primordial chaos. Outside the eternal ascension world, 7 people fought an enormous creature with dark red skin and 2 horizontal black horns that almost met before his forehead. Its body was muscular, displaying its developed muscle. It has leather pants and boots on, and these items shone with magical light, indicating their value. Primordial laws flowed out of his body as he fought all 7s. The battle lasted a few days, with at least 6 of the others slightly injured. But the creature was perfectly intact, even his skin was not broken. The creature looked at one of the 7 and then at the eternal ascension before leaving. He treated primordial chaos as its home as it navigated its endlessness like a pool in his backyard. That's the 7th attack in the past 100 years, commented Undead Phoenix. More should be coming. They could tell these attacks were nothing but testing the situation. We need to do something, added Earth Emperor. The 2 sons seemed occupied and told them to deal with the situation. Do what? This should just be the beginning, added Blood Dragon. Damn Chiyuan, snarked 5-Feather Phoenix. The current situation is because of the All-Seeing Temple's predictions. Many people in the Chaos universe believe the Eternal Ascension world will be responsible for the upcoming chaos and want to either deal with them or enter to prepare. There is no point in complaining. We need solutions, reiterated Earth Emperor. What about the previous recruitment plan? As long as some potential paragons side with us, we can increase our power. Most of them do not want to associate with us, replied Blood Dragon. He tried to entice Chen Tong and a few other people in limbo. But they all looked at him in disdain. I still do not agree with this method, countered 5-Feather Phoenix. We do not need to share our power and resources. I don't believe in going to say this, but I agree with her, added Undead Phoenix. Then, what do we do once the situation is beyond our control? Asked Twin Flower. Don't we have the sons? They can protect the Eternal Ascension world with their power. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.